Mm. So all the speakers are here, the most of them. So we can begin now with Honorable Mamo Keite. Yeah, no, he's not here, sorry. So with Dr. Ndidi Abanu, Head of Committees, Documentations, Research and Library. Please, Doctor, can you tell us what's the role of parliamentarian legal protection for children and ensuring accountability for commitments under the Charter? How can or is the PAP supporting these efforts? Over of you, Doctor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ndidi, and I represent the Pan-African Parliament. I thank you for the opportunity for the Pan-African Parliament to be part of this meeting. It's actually our first time. I'm going to explain the role of parliaments, looking at the classic powers that parliaments have, and which is the legislative function. The parliamentarians and national parliaments have the responsibility of creating legal environment for the protection of child rights and to give effect to the standards set by the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Their basic functions entails that they enact laws that ensure that no harm comes to children, enact laws that protect the rights of children in terms of education, health, and other aspects that involves children, and ensures that the laws that they enact are aligned with the provisions of the Charter. Parliaments also have the responsibility of ratification and domestication of these laws to the national level, and making sure that whatever we have agreed under the Charter can be implemented at the national level. Not only that, they also have the responsibility of reviewing and harmonizing laws, such as the labor law, anti-child trafficking law, family and criminal laws, trying to make sure that it aligns with the obligations under the Charter. Also ensuring that the identified gaps that we find in contemporary challenges facing children are also mainstreams, like child trafficking, child labor, gender-based abuses. And also ensuring that we safeguard the vulnerable groups like girls, children with disability, children on the move that are stateless, and children in conflict areas. In the case of the Pan-African Parliament, though we were created with only consultative and advisory roles, which means that we can make recommendations on any issue that affects African citizens. but embedded within its functions is the ability to harmonize laws across Africa. And the Pan-African Parliament has been doing that. We have tried to look at gaps that we find in national laws and try to develop frameworks that are comprehensive, that will enable states to adapt or to review or to enact laws that protects the children. Not only have we done that, we have found an approach where we try to mainstream the provisions in the Charter, in the model laws that we have been developing. For instance, our model law on disability in Africa guarantees the safety of disabled children, also ensures that they have access to free education right to the secondary school level. It addresses issues of nationality, it addresses issues of girls with disability, protecting them from exploitation and from abuse. Our model law on food and nutrition security guarantees food security for the children, access to food, access to adequate nutrition, and also promotes school feeding in schools. And I know that these are parts of what is expected from implementation of the Charter. We have also developed other model laws, the model law on labor migration, addressing child labor, addressing children of migrant workers, making sure that they have access to citizenship, they have access to education, they are protected from discrimination. We are in the process, with the help of the Center for Human Rights and our AU institutions on human rights. We're in the process of developing a model law on the implementation of AU decisions in member states. Why have we done that? Over the past couple of days, we've seen that some human rights decisions are not implemented. So because we have that mandate, we are working with these institutions to see that we develop a standard framework that will domesticate and operationalize the decisions of African Union human rights organs. And at this point, I want to call on everyone to support that process and to also let you know that in the process of making our model laws, anyone is allowed to bring a proposal on any model law to the Pan-African Parliament. Pan-African Parliament was created as a platform to ensure the Africans and the grassroots organization are involved in discussions and decisions that affect African citizens. So you have the right to make that proposal, institutions have the right to make that proposal, and we call upon you to do that. In terms of other roles that parliaments have, they also have oversight roles. And oversight roles in parliaments are actually to ensure compliance with provisions of the Charter. They engage in monitoring of the implementation of the Charter, engage in public hearing, site visits to see what is on ground, if there are issues towards in regard to implementation of this Charter. Also, they have the opportunity to look at reports that come from various ministries to see that they have mainstreamed the protection of children and to ensure that they abide by the Charter, provisions of the Charter. Also, the national parliaments also have the function of receiving these national reports that will go to the Child Committee to ensure that they are timely and they speaks to whatever that needs to be addressed in national parliaments. In the case of the Pan-African Parliament, we undertake fact-finding missions. Our fact-finding missions to conflict areas, to areas of issues of human rights, where we look at, when we go on ground, we try to identify, are there issues that affect children? In the case of conflict, how is education impacted? How is health impacted? How is the rights of children impacted? So this is what we do in the Pan-African Parliament. If I still have time, I can go on. Okay? Okay, all right, thank you so much. Okay, so of course, we go into the budgeting aspect of it. The parliaments have the responsibility of assigning and allocating budgets to address child protection. Infrastructure, beginning of the session, Camhello talked about exclusion of children, where ramps are not provided, where brails are not provided. these are opportunities for national parliaments and for parliamentarians to make sure that there's adequate allocation for infrastructure, for children, for school, for health, for adolescent reproductive health allocation, and also to monitor that the funds that are allocated in these ministries are effectively utilized. They're supposed to be effectively utilized and allocate adequate resources for sectors that are also connected to child protection. For instance, the health sector, the education sector, even the justice sector. At the Pan-African Parliament, we are also involved in advocacy. We try to promote because we are the link between the citizens and the policymakers. So for every opportunity we have, we try to promote the human rights instrument, including the Charter for the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And we do that by engaging with civil society organizations, by engaging with member states to make sure that we are the voice of the people, we champion the rights of the children, we bring up the issues of gender-based violence, we bring up the issues of ending child marriage, we bring up the issues of female genital mutilation. We have been working closely with so many institutions, even the Child Committee. We are about to sign an MOU with them to make it more effective, to go on ground to see what is happening with them, and also to ensure that we are able to be the voice of the children, represent our children on ground. And also, because the parliamentarians are part of constituencies, they are also linked to the constituencies, and to ensure that they are also going to relay what is being discussed at other levels to the traditional rulers, to the communities, to make sure that they abide by these laws. So this is what I can say, and to tell you, to reassure you that the Pan-African Parliament is committed to supporting the rights and the welfare of the children, and also to indicate that the Pan-African Parliament is open to everyone, and the children are also encouraged to participate in our work. We are also in talks with the Child Committee to see how we can incorporate the Child Parliament in the work of the Pan-African Parliament and also the Youth Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ndidi, for raising these issues concerning your mandate, about the ratification, about also the responsibility concerning the ratification of the Charter, concerning especially the reviewing the laws and this big issue what concern our collaboration and the MOU that we have to sign nearly. So we have now with us Ambassador Willie, so he will moderate this panel, and over of you, Ambassador.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. And now we're gonna move on. I will call upon the Director of African Union Liaison Office, World Vision International, Mr. Sam Norga, and I will put before him this one. Okay, thank you. Like I said, I will put before Mr. Sam Norga, Director of African Union Liaison Office, World Vision International, a question. Which African parliaments have demonstrated progress in strengthening child protection? And are there examples of collaboration with civil society organizations and child parliaments in achieving these outcomes? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I would want to also congratulate Africa, the committee, and all of us for commemorating 35 years of the Charter. I think it's no mean achievement, and it's important that we look at how we do celebrate this achievement. But I would also like to thank Dr. Ndidi. I think most of the things I wanted to say at the beginning, she has really alluded to them. And that is very important because Parliament has a very important role to play. And so you realize that the questions that have been put to is also very interesting, but also challenging because you are looking at 55 member states, and the question is which one of them are doing well, and which one of them are probably not doing too well. And so I would also allude to a report that was generated and published by the African Child Policy Forum. That was in 2018, and that was the Africa Child Friendly Index. For those of you who are familiar with that report, it did look at how you assess the friendliness of African countries, and actually had a toolkit for assessing how friendly countries are. Now, part of what they did was they looked at protection, they look at provision, and also participation of children. And so it makes it a bit easy to respond to my question, because I'm taking part of what Dr. Ndidi said, which is what are the roles of Parliament, and I'm looking at some of the parameters that I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the fact, and one of the things that came out from that report is that your most wealthy countries are not necessarily the countries with the best index, which is very interesting. And when I go through some of the countries with the best index, you would really be surprised. But also it shows that one of the things that is very important is political will. Now, I know in most cases everybody says we need strong political will, and it's really the case when it comes to Parliament promulgating laws, but also implementing laws that really help in protecting the rights of children. Now, let me backtrack a little, and again, something that was mentioned by Dr. Ndidi, which is on ratification. Now, do we know that there are currently over 7 or even more protocols in Africa that have not been ratified by most countries? And some of them will surprise you. Some of them, for example, we are looking at the protocol on the rights of persons with disability. Not all countries have ratified. And yet, from what she said, that is one of the core things that Parliament do. We are looking at the AU Convention on Cross-Border Cooperation. Again, this is very important because we're talking about cross-border child right abuses. We are talking about the AU Convention on Protection and Assistance of Internally Displaced People. We are talking about the AU Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data. We are also talking about the AU Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, which unfortunately have only been signed by 7 countries with no ratifications at all. So again, you realize that what we are really talking about, indeed, does affect the role that Parliament plays. Now, what I've done is I have looked at 6 indices, and that would help me to frame. Hello. Okay, so that would help me to frame my discussion. Now, the first parameter I would like to look at is budget allocation. The extent to which member states, and I'm talking about Parliament, because Parliament have oversight on budget allocation. We are also looking at progressive laws and implementation of laws. We are looking at reporting mechanisms within the country. We are looking at the existence of free entry policies in most countries. We are looking at engagement with CSOs, and we are looking at prohibition of marriage under 18 years and criminalization of FGM. Now, you would realize that in the report that was published by ACPF, one of the things they recommended was investments in child rights and child protection. At that time, the report had indicated that countries were only spending between 0.2% of their budget and 1% of their budget on child protection. Now, interestingly, that hasn't improved much, but that is not to say that countries are not doing well. And so, for example, in the Kingdom of Lesotho, they are spending 5.5% of their GDP on social assistance. Now, again, because countries don't differentiate just protection from the other social parameters, so I'm lumping them, all of them together. South Africa, 4.6, where Botswana, 2.7. So again, you see, even though on the average, countries are doing under 1%, some countries are doing really well when it comes to budget allocation. Again, when it comes to progressive laws, we have countries, again, like the Kingdom of Lesotho, we have Kenya, we have Ghana, Cameroon, Rwanda, who have progressive laws. Now, it doesn't mean that the laws are being implemented. In most cases, I'll come to that. But at least on paper, they have laws that show that they are doing something towards the implementation of the right of children in their countries. And again, when it comes to implementation of laws, we have countries like South Africa, we have Eswatini, we have Namibia, Botswana, who are showing the way in terms of law they're implementing. And most of these are around grant for school feeding, they are around grant for implementation of basic laws in those countries. Now, one of the things that is interesting is when it comes to engagement with CSOs. I know most of us would also acknowledge that the civil society space is shrinking in most countries. Now, however, there are countries on the continent like Ghana, I keep referring to the Kingdom of Lesotho, but again, where you have open space, not only with civil society organizations, but also institutionalization of children parliament in those countries. But the one that is also interesting is the prohibition of child marriage or marriage under 18 years and criminalization of FGM. Now, it is interesting to note that even though we know that every child is a person under 18 years, and for that reason, we need to abolish child marriage, there are still countries on the continent who allow marriages under the age of 18. But again, we also have a lot of countries on the continent, for example, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, who have implemented laws that actually prohibit any marriage under the age of 18, but also criminalize FGM. We have one case of which I call the missed opportunity, and it's a missed opportunity because that country could have done better, and I had a conversation with one of the committee members from that country yesterday, and so he wouldn't be surprised to hear me mention this. But most of us would know that not too long ago, Sierra Leone came out to pass the child bill, or the children bill. Now, what the bill was supposed to do, and which most people were looking for, again, I mean, Sierra Leone is one of the countries with the highest number of FGM, so everybody was expecting that the law would criminalize FGM. Now, overnight, just before Parliament met, I'm not sure who fed them that night, please don't tell them, but they removed that provision of criminalizing child FGM. So again, that was a missed opportunity, but that was something that could have been done. Now, to run up, let me go to how these engagements have.
Yes, but you got 2 minutes to go. Mm-hmm.
One of the things that have really worked is one, collaboration between CSOs and also parliaments. There are countries where CSOs and parliaments have worked in collaboration through technical assistance and sometimes through financial assistance. But again, as Dr. Ndidi said, because our organizations work at the grassroots, so we are able to engage with parliamentarians and make sure that issues that affect children are fed into our parliamentarians. Now, the challenge, though, is that we don't always have access to parliamentarians, but whenever we do, we create that opportunity to engage with them. Now, having said that, and with all the successes, we still have implementation challenges, and I believe most of us probably know them, and so I'll not belabor you. But one of them is the fact that we always have funding challenges. I mean, most countries will tell you we don't have funding. I was telling a colleague of mine who is a parliamentarian in Ghana that I believe maybe sometimes if we cut back on some of the benefit to our parliamentarians, and because they represent us and they agree to donate something from their PEC, and all of us, we probably will be able to look at how we can internally generate funding. We also have human resource capacities for most of the parliament. And I think one of the things that I need to mention is that sometimes the parliamentarians who are supposed to lead and also engage in protecting children sometimes do not have the skills and the knowledge and the experience in addressing children of child protection. And so that is why some of the policies I talked about are not implemented by the parliamentarians. Now, finally, let me make a few calls, and the first one will go to the committee. Now, the report that was developed by ACPF, the Child Friendly Index, was a perfect report that was giving us an overview of how countries were doing. Now, I'm not sure what happened to both ACPF report and where we are in terms of the committee, but I would recommend that we look at institutionalizing the development at least every 3 years of that report, which shows the friendliness and how countries are doing in respect to the charter. The second thing I would want to also say is the institutionalization of children parliaments. I know some countries have regulations that institutionalize children parliaments. I know others don't, and I think it would be important to look at that. And finally, I think I would also want to say what everybody always says, that laws are beautiful both in paper and also in intention, but laws are not as important if they cannot be implemented. Similar to my neighbor's dog, I mean, it's very huge, it barks, but it never bites anyone, and so we never get scared of that. So I would want to say, and again, I know the chair is looking at me, that we need to always make sure that we're implementing, and the children we are protecting today are the foundation of both the both Agenda 2063, but also Agenda 2040. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your call, for the implementation of the laws that we have, so that we don't keep them on papers only. So your intervention was really comprehensive. We talked about reporting mechanism, ratifications, investment in child rights and child protection. So you gave us examples of countries that are really doing well in child protection. And among them, you mentioned even this country, Lesotho. So let's go back to reflect on MPs in upholding the charter. I wish to give the floor to Honorable Mamokete and ask her, based, is it well, your name, I hope, Mamokete. Mamokete. Oh, okay. So based on the experience of the National Assembly of Lesotho, kindly share examples of successful approaches in advancing child protection. You've got 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name's Mamokete Ntsege. I'm a member of parliament in this country for Mposong constituency in a district called Leribe. And thank you very much for the opportunity. We do know that parliament has 4 roles: oversight, it's budgeting, there's lawmaking, and there's also representation. Everything else that we do, that's not what I mentioned now, is just because we have good hearts. So in terms of protection of the rights of children in this country, like Dade here from World Vision International has rightly said, Lesotho has done so much to protect the rights of children. Let me start with the making of the laws, like legislation to protect the rights of the children. In 2011, the Parliament of Lesotho brought into place the Child Welfare and Protection Act, which we amended in 2023. Fortunately, I was already a member of parliament during the amendment. And this act seeks to protect the rights of children, especially when it comes to ensuring that children are nurtured and protected, given opportunities to thrive, protection of children when it comes to adoption. I think my line is breaking a bit. Okay, let's try again. When it comes to adoption of children, we do know that in some countries, adoption may not be regulated, but in this country, we brought it strongly in this law, as well as protection of child labor. There are some traditional practices, especially in Africa, where a child might be found working, and in some instances, it was considered as a normal day-to-day activity. But now through the law, we have specified what child labor is and under what circumstances it should be criminalized, as long as well as the penalties that go with any person that's found violating that Child Protection and Welfare Act of 2023. Another example is now the government, in collaboration with World Vision, the Ministry of Gender, Youth and Social Development, as well as UNICEF, have launched the National Child Protection Reporting and Referral Pathways. And the pathways are intended to strengthen the safety nets and ensure children's protection from abuse, neglect, exploitation, and violence. And I have seen this one working, especially in our rural areas, where most of the what happens to the children in the urban areas does not happen. I saw World Vision taking this and working with the government hand in hand to protect children against things like child marriage, as Ndade from World Vision here has said, as well as protection of their rights in the regard, as I have said. Another thing is, as a country, we have developed a national multi-sectoral child protection strategy. And this one is aimed at protecting the boys and girls aged between 0 and 17 years from abuse, violence, and exploitation, and is still in place as we talk. Another important one is where Lesotho has, the Lesotho government has collaborated with EU and UNICEF in fostering the rights of children through the project called Ntlafatsa Bana, which is Improvement for Children Project. And the UNICEF is doing this one with the government in order to link beneficiaries with essential services and interventions such as program grants, improved access to sustainable energy, water, nutrition, and birth registration. So you might as well see which departments or government ministries are involved in this one. It's also working very well to improve the well-being of children in our country. And another one has been the enactment of the Education Act 2010. That one has been in place since then and has been in place to ensure that every child, every Mosotho child has a right to education, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of where they are in this country, irrespective of their ability or disability status. And we do have a lot of challenges in that regard in terms of access to education, but we are doing so well. As Parliament, through the social cluster, we have been doing site visits in order to hold the ministries or the Minister of Education, as well as the Minister of Finance, to account in terms of ensuring that every Mosotho child has access to education. To make an example, you would find that the education grants, the orphan and vulnerable children grants from the Ministry of Social Development would say, if a child is above 18, they cannot be offered the grant to study. And we found that there have been so many challenges in the rural settings where a child is, does not have, is a double orphan, does not have any parent. You find that they are not able to go to school. They are not able to go to school on time. They miss some years trying to take care of their siblings at home. And by the time they complete their primary school, they are already 18. It happens. It's a reality. So in order to uphold the inclusion that we all have signed to. Then we collaborated with the ministry, and we agreed that every Mosotho child should be sponsored and get access to education irrespective of their age. And another example is that one of the disability grants and inclusion. Honorable members and excellencies, we have realized that the biggest disability would be, to ignore people with disabilities. So in this country, we take care of our children with disabilities in different ways. We have grants that the parliament, would give budget to, and the ministries will be implementing and giving to the children from a very young age, even from birth. We have the disability grants in place. We have also engaged on, moving away from segregating children with disability to specialized centers, specialized schools. We are now moving towards including them in the normal schools where every child goes. And our schools now, I think about 4 schools already have been made to accommodate children with disabilities. And I think we still have a long way to go looking at the numbers, but we are making good progress in terms of taking care of such children in a normal setting and not away from others. And finally, we are also looking into now working on the Computer Crimes and Cyber Security Bill, which will be the tool to protect the children from the online sexual exploitation and abuse. As we know that nowadays technology is everywhere, and it comes with advantages and disadvantages. So we are going to protect our children against such, and the future is very bright for us. We are hoping that through protecting the right of the children, then this country will never be the same now and going forward. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable, for giving us examples that show how your country is doing very well in terms of protecting the rights of the child and particularly the right for education. Another round of applause because through her we need to commend Lesotho. Maintenant, je vais me tourner aux enfants.
Now I'm going to go back to our children. Our children. What is working well within the children parliament in your country? What should we improve so that to guarantee that the children perspectives influence the legislation decisions? In which language should I use now? Would you want to speak in English or in French? Are you prepared in French or English? Okay, well, repeating the same question.
So, what is working well within the child parliament in your country, and what should improve to make sure that children's perspectives meaningfully influence laws and decisions?
Wow, what a question. All right, so every nation has a heartbeat, and if you listen closely, you will hear that its youngest voices beat the loudest. Children carry dreams like lanterns, small lights that glow even in the darkness corners. We may be small, but our hope is enormous. We may be young, but our vision reaches far. Honorable Chairperson of the Committee, honorable members of the Committee, distinguished representative of member states, fellow advocate for children and their children's, ladies and gentlemen. Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ndei Safira Papazian, of 14 of age, and my name actually means ambassador in Arabic. And today I stand proudly as a member of the Child Girls Parliamentarian and as an ambassador for all the girls in Africa. As one voice among millions, a voice that speaks for their rights, their education, and their future. A voice that believes children deserve to be heard, respected, and included in shaping the future that will one day belong to us. First things first, children are talking. We finally have a place where children speak without being told, "Shh, adults are speaking, shut up." The Children Parliamentary of Chad is a platform where young voices advocate for the rights and welfare of children. It was created with one mission, to make sure children do not live under laws, but also help influence the ones that shape their lives. In the parliament, children are the adults, but just funnier, shorter, and slightly with a sweet tooth. Since our establishment, we've done some serious stuff, like raising awareness on child protection, launching local support programs, install a better gentle equality system, and convince communities that children's voices actually matter. We've shown that when children speak, people listen, whether they like it or not. And honestly, we're just getting started. We are not asking for power, only for the chance to be part of the world that we will inherit. The Child Parliament gives us a voice. Now we need the volume turned up. We don't need a seat at the table. We will bring our own chairs if we must. These achievements show that children participation is slowly becoming part of decision-making in Chad. We represent our peers, identify challenges, and work with communities and authorities to bring meaningful change. We are proof that even the youngest among us can lead, inspire, and make a difference. We're actually working with grown-ups more, you know, those who wear suits even when it's 45 degrees outside. And so, we talk more about things like education, protection, early marriage, drug abuses, girls mutilation, kids trafficking, and also, don't tell anyone, but also why homework should be illegal. We're still waiting for the results for that one. We teach children about their rights, and suddenly they're like, wait, we have rights? Since when? Should that be normal? No. And that is why I would like to recommend to the committee to give more access of the charter to libraries in school or even outside of school. We cannot just build strong laws when we ignore the people they are meant to protect. Children have great ideas. We just sometimes don't have the height to reach the microphones. Child Parliamentarian in our country has created an important space where children can speak. Young people are able to share their concerns and also such as their harsh experiences and bad memories hidden under scars. Children are the only group directly affected by every decision adults make, and yet they are the least represented. If you want a real debate, try taking a tablet from a 7-year-old. You'll see. Yet we face challenges, limited resources, gaps in awareness in some communities, and the huge need for stronger collaboration with decision makers. These obstacles remind us that the fight for children protection is ongoing, but they also motivate us to find creative solutions and work even harder while also not just letting the national or closest to the city parliaments, but also include the rural kids and the villages ones. Children need stronger and more consistent representation and participation so that feedback can improve. Looking forward, we plan to expand outreach programs, strengthen partnerships with local and national leaders, and ensure that every child in Chad and in Africa has access to his or her rights. We envision a nation where no child is left behind, and where young voices coming from girls, rural area kids, or disabled ones are not only heard but considered. A child's voice is small, but when it's ignored, the silence is enormous. We also need better training and support young parliamentarian members in training on leadership, communication, children's rights, and how to look serious when we're hungry too. In conclusion, the Child Parliament in Chad is a powerful tool that gives young people the chance to express themselves and learn lots of new things. But truly, to make children's perspectives influence laws and decisions, we need stronger collaborations, better training, more inclusions, and clearer feedback. Change begins with one brave voice, and today that voice could be mine or it could be yours. And if you still doubt the power of a child's voice, just remember one thing. Remember that we can convince an entire household to change dinner plans. Thank you very much.
So I'm not calling you Papazian Ndeye, I'm calling you ambassador. Yes. Huh? Yes. And I hope when you will become a full ambassador, I will be old. I will be very old, but I will come to look for a job. Huh? Okay. So you and your voice and the voice of all the children deserve to be heard. Yes, you made us laugh, but your message was strong and inspiring. Congratulations. I commend you. So let me give the floor now to Chantel Loapi O'Neill. She's from Botswana.
Okay. A blessed day to you all, ladies and gentlemen. I go by the name Chantal Loapi O'Neill from Botswana. I am a member of the National Children's Consultative Forum, a member of the SADC Child-led Parliamentary Forum, and a girl parliamentarian. Firstly, the question says, what is working well within the child parliament in your country, which is Botswana? Firstly, our forum, known as the National Children's Consultative Forum, has succeeded in creating a safe space where children from various backgrounds, both primary and secondary, and both from urban and rural, can express their opinions and views freely in matters affecting their lives. It has given us the confidence to speak, to advocate, and to contribute meaningfully to our nation's dialogues. Moreover, through elections and leadership structures, children in the NCCF learn about democracy in action. We learn how to vote, we learn how to campaign, and we learn how to hold our leaders accountable. We learn how to hold our leaders accountable. Secondly, the NCCF has a strong voice in advocating for health, for education, protection from abuse, and so forth. For example, child representatives from the ACERWC child protection committees have raised concerns about school dropouts, child abuse, and many more in their various communities. And most importantly, we have succeeded in creating a child-friendly version of the Children's Act of 2009 in our country. It is written in simple language that children can understand, and it is also available in braille, ensuring that the blind or the visually impaired are not left behind. This achievement signifies that when children speak, change happens and inclusivity becomes a reality. Thirdly, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, in partnership with organizations like Maran Child Care Network Trust, have ensured that the NCCF is not only symbolic but functional and impactful. Then what needs to be improved to make sure that children's perspectives meaningfully influence laws and decisions. Firstly, inclusivity. Children who are marginalized, like those who have special needs, often face challenges in participating in these platforms. We must ensure that all children, regardless of their backgrounds or circumstances, have the chance, have the opportunity to voice out and to speak out. Secondly, we need follow-up and implementation. Most of the suggestions and recommendations made by children are often remain on paper. We must ensure that there are stronger mechanisms that ensure that we are not only heard, but our voices, our opinions, and our suggestions are acted upon by policymakers. Secondly, it is visibility and awareness. Most of the children in Botswana are not aware of the NCCF's existence. We must make a greater outreach so that the NCCF will be truly national, and so that every child will know that they have a platform to speak and to be heard. Lastly, we must empower females. We must empower girls in our schools. We must encourage them, and we must give them the opportunity to participate in student representative councils in our schools. If you truly want the next female president, we have to take these measures. And lastly, we appreciate the platforms. We appreciate to be part of the decision-making processes. But we need change. We need implementation. We need action. Remember, there is nothing for us without us.
There is nothing for us without us. You know, your message goes straight to our hearts. And I think all the adults who are here, interpretation? There's no, oh, okay. Sound, please. Is it okay now? No.
Check. Can you? Yeah, it's on now. Your Excellency, it's on now.
So, as I was saying, the truth comes from the mouth of the children, and if we want to build the Africa we want, we need to take care and to listen to this to the strong messages we have received.
It is
To move towards the implementation of all the recommendations français vous arrive? Est-ce que la langue française...
English booth, can you get the sound? French?
Donc, il y a un problème partout.
Yes. You're getting it now? C'est bon? All right.
Et à partir de ce micro, from this microphone, can you hear me? From this microphone, can you hear me?
Let's try this. Can you hear us?
It is okay? Let's try again. Can you hear me? No. Place de l'ambassadeur.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. 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 Sorry about that. Sorry, sir.
What about from this one? Okay, thank you. So after the powerful message from Papasian Ndeye Safira and Chantel Loapi O'Neill, let's move on. We need now to highlight the challenges at the national level. So I will now give the floor to Professor Ngata Morungi, Assistant Director, Center for Human Rights. So I have a question for him. Oh. Oh, yes, I'm corrected. We have another girl parliamentarian, Liekolo Monti. Is it correct? Don't laugh at me. Just correct me. Huh? Is it correct? The Ekolo. Okay. So now we need her to read the outcome statement from girls' parliamentarian training. You have it? Yes. We are ready to listen to you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable representatives of member states, distinguished members of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, Excellencies and esteemed guests, my name is Diekulo Munsi from Lesotho, standing on behalf of all African children as one of girl parliamentarians in Lesotho. First, we would like to congratulate the committee on its 35th anniversary of the African Children's Charter and the successful convention of the 46th Ordinary Session. We, the girl parliamentarians from Botswana, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Lesotho, Mauritania, and Uganda, representing all 5 regions of Africa, convened on the 25th November for a training on effective participation of girl parliamentarians in decision-making here at Mantabisen Convention Center. We are here to share what we learned and what we need from you. We are leaders in our children's parliaments. We work hard to speak up for children's rights in our communities and countries. We talk with leaders, raise awareness about problems that children face, and make sure adults hear what children have to say about our own lives. We are grateful for all the opportunities to meet with our leaders like today. We have had some successes, and we want to share them to show you that when you give us real opportunities, we can create real change. But we also face big challenges that stop us from doing our best work. We are not here to complain. We are here to ask you to help remove the barriers that hold us back. Education should be for everyone, but many children, especially girls, cannot go to school or stay in school. Girls with disabilities face double discrimination and are often left out completely. When girls get pregnant, schools send them away and refuse to let them come back, ending their education and their dreams. Many of us have to stay home and take care of our brothers and sisters or do housework instead of going to school. And when girls get their periods, many schools don't have clean toilets, pads, or understanding teachers. So we miss school every month or even drop out. We therefore ask for quality education for all children, no exceptions. Girls across Africa face terrible violence. Sexual abuse hurts us in ways that last forever. Traffickers steal us from our families. Forced marriage takes away our childhood. These are not just bad things that happen sometimes. These problems happen because the systems that should protect us are not enough. We need strong laws that actually work and help for girls who have been hurt. Young mothers need health care, but when we go to clinics and hospitals, people treat us badly. They judge us instead of helping us. There are not enough health centers that understand what young mothers need. We need sexual and reproductive health information so we can protect ourselves. We are asking for health care that treats all children, including young mothers, with respect and kindness. When girls get in trouble with the law, the justice system does not understand us. Prisons for young people are not designed for girls' needs. Sometimes girls are punished harshly even when they were defending themselves from sexual assault. We need justice systems that understand why girls end up in trouble, that help us heal instead of punishing us more, and that protect us instead of hurting us. We face three big problems that make it hard for us to do our jobs as child parliamentarians. Many national parliaments refuse to recognize children's parliaments as real. When they do invite us, it's often just for photos. They want us there so they can say they listen to children, but they don't actually listen to what we say. We want to be real partners, not just decoration. Adults ask what we think, and then they do nothing about our ideas. That's not real participation. Real participation means that when we share our recommendations, adults actually use them to change policies and laws. When you ignore what we say, you are telling us that our voices don't matter. Children's parliaments need money to work properly. We need money for meetings, training, communication, travel to meet with leaders, and basic support. Without funding from governments, we cannot be effective. If you really believe in our participation, you need to pay for it. We are not here asking for favors. We are here claiming our rights. We ask parliaments to do the following. Make children's parliament official by putting them in your national laws. Give us our own budget so we can function properly. Create clear ways for us to meet with you regularly, not just once a year for a photo. Make rules that say you have to respond to our recommendations within a certain time, so we know you heard us and what you plan to do. Pass laws that let all children go to school, including pregnant girls, young mothers, and children with disabilities. Make stronger laws against sexual abuse, trafficking, and exploitation of girls. Fix the justice system so it understands girls and focuses on helping us, not just punishing us. Pass laws that give girls access to pads and clean bathrooms in schools. Create child-friendly health centers and train health workers to treat young mothers with respect. Treat children's participation as a right, not as something nice to you. And create real spaces where we can influence decisions. Train yourselves and other government officials to understand child rights and how to work with us properly. Collect information about children that shows differences by age, sex, and disability so you can make better policies. We promise to keep fighting for children's rights in our countries. We will work with you constructively. We will support other children to become leaders like us. We will hold you accountable to your promises. We will share what we learn so others can make better policies. We are serious about our work and we expect you to be serious too. We are not leaders of tomorrow. We are leaders right now, today. Our age does not make our experiences less real or our demands less urgent. The problems we talked about are not just ideas for discussion. They are what we live with every day. They decide whether we get to thrive or get left behind. You have the power to change laws, give money to the right programs, and fix broken systems. Please use that power not just to talk about children's rights, but to actually protect and promote them. The African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child says we have the right to participate. We are here to claim that right and to be heard. We have spoken. Now we are waiting for you to act. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really tough. You see, children are holding us accountable of our promises. So we need to promise and also to act. You are not the leaders of tomorrow, you are the leaders of today. Yes, we agree with that. Even though we are saying that if we need to build the Africa we want or to implement the Agenda 2063, we cannot achieve it alone. We have to do it with the children. So this is the outcome. And I hope everybody has listened carefully, and the copy will be circulated so that the children, they leave this room being sure that their message has reached its final destination. Because member states will have it, the African Union Commission will have it, and all the organs, so that we can push for the implementation. So allow me to give now the floor to Professor Nkata Murungi. Nkata Murungi. Thank you. So the committee has taken note of regressive parliamentary debates in some countries to roll back legal protections around FGM. When parliamentary decisions conflict with existing child protection laws or efforts to strengthen them, what tools can help uphold children's rights and maintain accountability? This is the question, and you've got 10 minutes to answer the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I am privileged or honored to participate in this panel, but I'm also very challenged because it's a tough act to follow, particularly the child representatives that have just spoken before us, the parliamentarians on the table, because I think the challenge that we now have is that we shouldn't have empty rhetoric, which is what we mostly have at the national level and in policy making in relation to children's rights, that the constituency that we claim to serve is not passive anymore, but is actually here on the table and listening as we serve. So I think that's a huge challenge for me, you know, in my reflection, even as I make the comments as I go ahead. Quite a number of the speakers that have gone before have spoken about how we can leverage, you know, the role of parliament and how parliaments are conceptualized in the African Children's Charter, but generally in human rights as the representation of the people's voice in governance. So while the executive holds the power, the judiciary is an arbiter, parliaments will often be the representation and the space for citizens to express themselves and to participate in the project of governance. And that makes parliaments a very important stakeholder in the implementation of human rights, including children's rights. So the question of what happens if parliament doesn't play that role is a question of accountability. How do you hold an institution that is supposed to actually represent the people accountable when it does not fulfill what it's supposed to do? This question becomes very important because if you look at the African Children's Charter and human rights frameworks generally, there is a tripartite expectation. There is an expectation that we define a right, and then we expect that states will take responsibility for implementing that right. And if they don't, then we hold them accountable. And this committee is one mechanism, for instance, that will hold state accountable if they don't fulfill the right. But the intervention is that the charter says states shall adopt legislative and other measures. And legislative is essentially parliament. It's a work of parliament. So a lot about achieving the things that we want to achieve in relation to achieving children's rights rests on the functionality of parliament. A British philosopher, or is it Professor Dicey, once said that laws don't come from parliament, they come through parliament. But there is an African variation of it, which I've been hearing quite a bit recently, especially when we were engaging with some members of the Pan-African Parliament. It was made as a joke, but it's an African variation that a lot of us will identify with. That in Africa, laws are not passed by parliament. They pass through parliament, right? If you get what that means, is that most of our parliaments don't actually engage with the laws. The law passes through parliament, and people just endorse. And so when we are paying a lot of attention into when there's a lot of expectation that rests on how is Parliament ensuring that we are achieving, we need to also think about how are the parliamentarians positioned to actually, enable the implementation of these laws. So from that point of view, I think there are some few pathways that we can think of how to, enhance the role of Parliament or how to hold Parliament accountable on implementation of children's rights. Of course, keeping in mind some of the more unfortunate actions that we have seen, such as Parliament's reversing protections for children on matters such as the minimum age of marriage, FGM, and the like. One of those issues that we need is to ensure that there is transparency of the role of Parliament and what parliamentarians do to the population. Because a lot of times, parliaments become insular. They become an institution that is just an institution for itself. And people, the citizens, don't actually know what happens in those parliaments. And when they do, it's not accessible information. A few African parliaments publish their Hansards regularly. Not every parliament has a record of exactly what members of parliament discuss publicly available. So I think that's one thing that we can do. The second element has to do with the capacity strengthening. This issue of the fact that laws pass through Parliament or are not actually engaged is also a capacity issue, because most of the parliamentarians that we have may not be drawn from a population or from a community that, for instance, engages with children's rights from, a substantive and principle basis. People may have, emotional and experiential thoughts about childhood, but just creating awareness of what is the expectation, what have we committed to, and how do we implement that amongst parliamentarians would be useful. And the third element of that is we need regular monitoring also of what parliaments do. What do they actually do? And there are many entry points for that. One of the ways that has worked, at least in some of the examples that I have seen, is that we have had some countries where children have opportunity to engage with members of parliament ahead of elections about their manifestos and plans for what they plan to do when they get into power. And I think the children's parliaments are one tool that can be used to advance this kind of regular engagement with parliament, to say, you are going to be a member of parliament for my constituency. What is your plan in relation to dealing with children's issues once you get into parliament? And then to hold them to account and to hold them to that promise. The last main element, I would say, is in relation to creating demand for accountability amongst the citizens, but especially amongst children. And I think even while I was preparing this, I think now I would say the demand is already created. We don't even have, once upon a time, when I was a child, children's parliaments were actually considered almost like play. But children's parliaments are not play. And now they are here, and they're actually true, and they're real. And so the demand has been created. One of the things that is changing very rapidly across the continent, or the African continent, is how Africans are choosing to engage with their governments. And I think it would be foolhardy for any government to think that the status quo is going to continue for a very long time. Young people are making demands. And so the demand from younger people, even children, anybody who has access to a device and access to a platform, is going to get louder. So I think being able to leverage children to actually hold parliaments to account might change the way parliaments work in matters relating to children. So I think there are a couple of actors across the continent that are trying to make this, this transitional, to accelerate this change. We have a few of civil society organizations that are trying to make that move. We, as the Center for Human Rights, work with a few of them, like the Parliamentary Monitoring Group, PNA Africa, Mzalendo in Kenya, African Center for Parliamentary Affairs. There's a couple of organizations that are already trying to create this space for CSOs to engage. Part of the problem is that often at times, civil society operates in sectors. So those who monitor parliaments don't consider themselves to be child rights NGOs. And those that are child rights NGOs don't consider themselves to be monitoring the role of parliament. So there is a question to be had about how we coordinate and think about our respective responsibilities. In short, we have to ensure that children's matters are integral to the political agenda. And so if the politics of a country are going to be to reside and to be managed within parliament, then children's affairs should be equally political, equally discussed, equally tabled and considered. And children should be on board in that conversation. And parliament is, in my view, the greatest gateway for that, and also the best opportunity to actually hold parliamentarians accountable for fulfilling their roles. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. She has highlighted all the challenges. So to this junction, I will open the floor to members of the committee and member states who wish to add on these challenges or to reflect on what we heard from our children, from the outcome, or make any other comments. So I will give 1 minute, you should not go beyond a minute, so that we can adjourn this meeting. Yeah, Honorable Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. I'll use the 1 minute to ask 2 questions. I hope that's in order. The first question is to Dr. Ndidi. Thanks so much for your discussion on the role of parliamentarians, the role of PAPs. My question is, considering PAP's role in supporting accountability, especially for commitments under this specific charter, if someone was to ask, what would you envision as that one specific legislative or coordination challenge that PAPS faces in maximizing effectiveness of oversight functions, especially across African parliaments? That's one. The second one is to Prof. Nkata. Thank you for your insights on highlighting the challenges at national level, showing which tools can strengthen child protection. It's highly appreciated. Regarding the existence of regressive parliamentary debates rolling back into legal protections, such as aspects of concerning FGM, if someone was to ask what is that one most powerful immediate tool that a committed parliamentarian would employ to counter these efforts when they conflict within the existing national child protection laws? I understand you're not a parliamentarian, but you might have some insights into that space. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the questions. Do we have another request for the floor? We have Honorable Sina.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and panelists, for the presentation. My question actually goes to the Dr. Ampano. Looking at the role of Parliament in reform, I'm taking this from just recent experience from Sierra Leone. what will be the role of Pan-African Parliament in getting member state parliaments to make legislations, laws, in the best interest of children? Well, I know you do engage them, but how best can you ensure that laws are made in the best interest of children?
Thank you so much. Yes. Before that, let me see if there is no member state. The floor is yours. I didn't see the country. La Mauritanie, voilà. La parole est à vous.
Mauritania, you have the floor.
Good morning. The speakers were at a high level of proficiency, especially Madam Didi. She spoke about keywords.
عن البرلمانات فإن الحديث سيكون عن سن قوانين ومراقبة تنفيذ هذه القوانين والمساءلة. إذن هي ثلاث آليات.
Mauritanie, on n'a pas de traduction, à moins que...
Sorry.
Mauritania, we are yet to have a interpretation. Just a moment. Just a moment. You will take the floor in 30 minutes. Interpretation.
Do you get the interpretation? Do you get the interpretation? When we are talking about the role of parliaments in protection of the children, the role is about three keywords: is protection of children, the role of the parliament, which are the making laws. I don't agree with some brothers when they say the laws are passed only through parliaments. There are proposing of the laws by the parliaments, and the parliaments which want to enact laws must propose laws also. And I want to ask a question to the parliamentarians, how the parliamentarians think when they speak about the protection of children and protection of rural women. Those two categories are the most vulnerable in any society. They must be prioritized. And I would like, in conclusion, I wanted to congratulate the children, or the voice of the children, that was present strongly and promise of a good future of this continent. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Mauritanie.
Thank you so very much, Mauritania. Another member state, please, you have the floor. The floor will be granted to Mr. Mohammed of the Commission, Banjul Commission. Mr. Mohammed, you have the floor, sir. Sorry, we cannot hear him. Oh, this microphone is not working. Please move a bit, sir. Mr. Mohammed of the Commission. Please move a bit so that you can be heard.
Thank you very much. Can you take the tag? Okay, yes, thank you. Okay.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour.
Thank you so very much, distinguished chair. Very good morning to all colleagues. This is a panel which is intense and rich, and we have learned a lot of things. The interventions were top-notch, and equally as well, the testimonies of the young parliamentarians were relevant and pertinent. I'm trying to make a brain battle. I'm going to submit my conclusion for your own appreciation and to the panelists if they may eventually validate it or correct it. In a nutshell, if the parliament and at the national level have double interventions pertaining to the right of the children from the onset, with regard to the adoption of international conventions, the drafting and adoption of laws, and equally so with regard to the control of the implementation of the adopted text by the executive. We need to equally get alive with the existence of the other types of children, the children parliaments, the youth parliament, which are to be considered as a source of information from the source, and not only a folkloric organ. I wanted to say of the form, but equally a Pan-African parliament, which is a privileged place of a battle of ideas, where capacity building and exchanges of the best practices should take flesh. So thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Mohammed. Therefore, I will in response to the question, I do not see any other requests. I think that the first question was put forward, directed to Samhoga. Did I get it correctly? The first question.
Dr. Ndidi. So I give the floor to Dr. Ndidi.
Directed to me. Thank you for your questions. If I got it right, you're talking about accountability and commitment across and coordination across member states. I just want to maybe elaborate on the composition of the Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament is composed of 5 representatives from national parliaments that have signed the treaty, that have signed the protocol establishing the Pan-African Parliament. And we have about 54 member states. So you can imagine 5 times 54. So we have a huge representation within the Pan-African Parliament of these member states. And not only that, they also have they have to represent both major and minor political parties with a vast range of opinions when they come to parliament. And there has to be gender representation within the parliament. So the Pan-African Parliament has created platforms where there is debate within our parliament. When CSOs come in, when children come in, they give us an opinion on issues that is being discussed on the floor. And at the end of our sessions, our output includes recommendations and resolutions that require stakeholders, either member states or civil society organization or governments, to implement certain provisions in our recommendations. So that delegation is expected to take it back to their national parliaments for implementation. The leader of delegation is expected to present the outcomes of our meetings and the issues that we have discussed and put it on the agenda, legislative agenda of the National Assembly for further discussions. This is actually the right thing to do, for them to hear and understand what we have discussed in the parliaments. But however, it's quite unfortunate that it is not all delegation that is able to do that or does that. And we as a parliament, we haven't kind of institutionalized a way of tracking that these agendas are brought on the table of the national parliaments. Not only that platform, we also have an accountability platform where For instance, if we are deliberating on the status of child rights in Africa, we bring speakers of national parliaments, both national parliaments and regional parliaments, African speakers, to the Pan-African Parliament, and we update them on what is going on at the AU level, because we've realized that there is a disconnect between the decisions that are made at the assembly level and those that are made at the national level. So we bring them together to update them on what is done, and we also give them that platform to give account on what they have done to improve the rights of children, to improve the rights of Africans. So this is the measures that we have put in place to ensure some form of coordination and getting feedback on what we do as a parliament. I hope I have responded to you, Honorable Robert. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. So I will give the floor to address some questions. There is a second question put before Kata, Professor Kata. Actually, she's got two questions, one from Dr. Robert, but another one from a member state, Mauritania. It was a comment, actually, but based on what was developed as an argument by Dr. Kata, Professor Kata. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. To the question regarding how do you hold, how you hold parliaments to account, if I recall, Professor Narima, that was the question, Honorable Narima. There is one of the tools that is available for engaging parliaments that I did not, or rather for responding when Parliament has not fulfilled its mandate, and which I did not highlight, perhaps in the interest of time, but also more in the sense that it varies from country to country, is the use of courts. And we have seen instances where laws have been made through Parliament that are regressive and that would jeopardize children's rights. The engagement in the Gambia is one such scenario. And one of the very ready and effective tools has been for stakeholders to actually go to court and to stop that process. And we have evidence across different countries of challenging laws that are inconsistent with the obligations that countries have made in respect of protecting children's rights. So I think that is a tool that can actually be utilized at different levels, different ways, but as one of the pathways for engagement. The other one is a lot less structured. I think the biggest currency for any politician is political support. And I think one of the ways that we have to be able to leverage as a human rights field, but especially as a children's rights field, is to also create publicity around the responsibility of members of parliament. And so where I'm heading with this is actually the use of media and public engagement in respect of the contributions of member states of parliamentary representatives in the parliament and in the conduct of their business. This has worked effectively in certain countries where members of parliament have been called out by the media for specific positions that they have taken that are retrogressive or not advancing children's rights. So I think that is also an opportunity to use, but of course it looks different from country to country. Thank you to the representative of the government of Mauritania. I do not have, it was mostly a comment, and I agree. I think the comment that I made is actually not in support of the fact that parliaments are not engaging with the laws, because there are a lot of parliaments that actually engage with the laws. But it is very unfortunate that there should be parliamentarians or parliaments that are sitting and passing laws without engaging with them. We have seen a few cases of those where laws are sponsored by different parties. They go through the parliament, but the discussion does not actually take into account human rights. It's more political expediency. And so those laws go through without actually interrogating their impact on the lives of children, the lives of women. And that links up to the question that the representative also questioned. How do then parliaments deal with issues affecting the most marginalized people in the communities, particularly women, and for the current meeting, especially children and girls? These are the people without the voice in the communities. Members of parliament are supposed to represent those voices. That is the essence of parliament. So I would agree with you that the role of parliament in bringing forward the voices of the most marginalized should be amplified. And the best way to do that is also to build the capacity and to sensitize members of parliament of these needs so they can carry them forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know if Mr. Sam Norga would like to make a comment on some comments raised by, for example, by Honorable Ntina and also Mr. Mohammed. Dr. Mohammed, I think he made some comments and some proposals.
Yeah. I mean, thank you very much. And I think first and foremost, the conversation is not about whether something is wrong or right. I think it's about how we move forward. And looking at the theme for this year, which is to reflect, to renew, and to recommit, I think most of the comment is more about how do we move forward. And I think I'm going back to what Prof. Nkata said. One of it is how do we rededicate ourselves in terms of identifying the weaknesses and addressing them. But again, how do we engage all of us? And I think listening to the young people, what is really changing is that they are no longer passive participants. They are actually very active. They have ideas. And I believe what we can do, our duty bearers, both government and also organizations like ours, is to collaborate our effort, is to make sure that we are engaging children and providing spaces for them to be able to engage. And I think the issue of the vulnerable is also very important, but particularly how do we get to vulnerable people rather than allowing parliamentarians and governments only to engage with people when it's time for election. I think there should be a systematic way of going back to our people and engaging with them, getting their ideas and including those ideas into the policies and legislation that they pass. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I humbly. Oh, we have another request. Mali, c'est le Mali. Oui, la parole est à vous.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I thank the speakers for the quality of their presentations. I have a question that I would like to ask Dr. Didier Bana and Professor Samuel Noga from the Bureau of Liaison of the AU. I would like to know, beyond the enumeration or the listing of rights and the adoption within the national parliaments and the PEP, I would like to know today, what does the PEP has, what kind of linkages does the PEP have with national parliaments in countries that are affected by terrorism? Children are not even going to school. They're not scholarized. They are often used as soldiers. And even their states do not really have a control in terms of making their rights prevail. Is there an interaction with national parliaments in order to resolve this issue? When I heard the communications and debates, it appears that nobody tackles it. And yes, it's a reality.
Du Mali.
Thank you very much, distinguished representative of Mali. The question was asked to Dr. Lindy Nsangnorga. However, I would like to also give the floor to our chairperson. Perhaps she will have something to say about it. Dr. Didi, you have the floor.
I think we missed that one.
Okay.
Yes, he was talking about the issue of Sierra Leone and how the parliament could have done something to bring a different reaction, a different result. I just want to say that something similar happened with the Gambia, the issue of the repeal of the Women's Act of 2015. And it actually came to the floor of the Pan-African Parliament. We debated it, and fortunately, our members had the capacity to ensure that the National Assembly of the Gambia did not pass that bill. So, in essence, what I'm trying to say is that the Pan-African Parliament has capacitated its members to carry out their legislative and oversight functions to ensure that policies are coherent, to know when policies are being made that are against what has been institutionalized and what has been adopted by our African Union. So once we have this set of members of parliament, you see that they will be able to fight for the rights of the people, and we provide that capacity to ensure that these laws are consistent with what is obtainable within the Charter. Now, let me go back to, and of course, we continue to promote the Charter as we carry out our function of promoting the African Union policies and programs within the continent as part of our responsibility as a Pan-African Parliament. Now, looking at what the delegate from Mali is talking about, the linkage that we have to with national parliaments. Unfortunately, once there is conflict, the first institution to be dissolved is a parliament. And unfortunately, our entry point to most countries are our national parliaments. But notwithstanding, we still have an opportunity, when this comes to the floor of the parliament, to send out fact-finding missions to member states to see what is happening on ground. And like I mentioned during my presentation, there are certain things we look out for. In the case of the Charter, we look out for how it has affected the children, how the abuse has taken place, how it has affected their health, how it has affected education. So once we bring those, when we have that information from the civil society organization, even from various parties, we bring it back to the parliament, deliberate on it, and what? Make recommendations that will be eventually taken to the Assembly of Heads of State. We also developed some kind of an MOU. We're in the process of finalizing with the Peace and Security Council to ensure that the recommendations and the opinion of the Pan-African Parliament, especially as it concerns peace and security issues, areas of conflict, are also mainstreamed in the reports that comes from the Peace and Security Council. So that is what we have done as a Pan-African Parliament, of course, within the limited powers that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If Mr. Sam Norga would like to add on this.
I think from an NGO perspective, I mean, we are not government, but what we do is that in cases where we have, and again, in the report that was published by ACPF, one thing that came very clearly is that in countries where you have wars, where you have humanitarian crisis, those are the countries that are not able to provide and protect their children. And so what we do as NGOs is to make sure that we are providing support to government to be able to respond to the needs of vulnerable people. It might be through NFIs, it might be through direct projects, direct programs. In some cases, we even do money cash transfers to vulnerable families. So that is what we do as NGOs. We collaborate with other UN agencies, but by and large, what we do to supplement and complement what government does under those circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time and for your indulgence. I think this was the last intervention. And I wish to give back the floor to the chair who gave it to me. I think I have humbly assumed my role of moderator. So a round of applause to me. And then I give the floor back to the chair to maybe to close this meeting.
Merci beaucoup, ambassadeur. Vous avez...
Thank you very much, Ambassador. You truly orchestrated this session brilliantly, the issues of the parliament and how we can have a better implementation of the charter through the collaboration between our committee and the Pan-African Parliament. Indeed, we had several reflections, and at a national level, the Parliament plays an important, a crucial role, should I say, because it does play a role in the implementation of the Charter with regards to the report that is being given to the country. And this can be, certainly, these issues can be raised at the PAP level and indeed integrated within our memorandum. And we are waiting impatiently the work that will be done through this collaboration between our committee and the Pan-African Parliament. Without further ado, because we do not have so much time, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ayalu, who will give us the rest of the program.
For facilitating this morning interesting session. Now we will break for tea and coffee. It's now 11:10. We have one panel discussion before lunch, right after tea, and we're going to focus on children with intellectual disabilities, lessons and policy directions. That's yet another very rich panel where we're going to hear from experiences from member states, civil society organizations, academia, and of course there will also be a documentary on in a form of a video testimony from a child with an intellectual disability. So you are all invited to come back to the room after 15 minutes of tea and coffee break. So we will be resuming 11:25. 11:25. Thank you so much. We can take a picture as a panel here in front.
I don't have a card. Maybe I already. Okay.
And this?
Leave it. They will figure it out.
Ping, 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 ping.
It's ringing, it's not picking. Switch it off. Light. So when you switch the other one, power. So, oh, so you know the power. Hello? Little totally showing you. What are the phone but you're not talking to me? You've answered my phone but you're not talking to me. Can you go back up here? the one that sent me to this. Yes. Okay. Mike na haifi shimo. Yeah. Huh? Eating. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, bo. Yeah, bo. Okay, ite ule we na monanya. Ite ule we na hanya. Ah, no, singwe na gibwenda demhlago. Yeah. Feedback. One, two. But 1, 2. Little, but you can hear me clearly. Okay, go to the next one. You can hear me. Go to the next one. go to the next one. You can hear me in that hour? Hello? Hello? Clearly. Okay. 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 Ask. Sorry. Do not. Please don't connect them. That, please assist us. This is the main PA. Anything goes wrong, you'll be fighting.
those all essence that you know. Yes. So I'm planning to open a center on human rights, especially on women and child rights, to assist with the NGOs that watching because we don't have such kind of center. Then I think it would yeah, I never had that. Yeah, yeah. Okay. But I think that it's a good idea. A wealth of institutional memory since the inception of humanity.
Yes, I am. Did you give your board?
It's an experience.
Sorry. I mean, everyone says it. Oh, wow. Yeah, because of Hussein. Hussein. Yeah. I thought no, Hussein not too. Yeah. Oh, you want my body? Yes. Yeah, yeah. But it's because I have a twin brother. You came from Nairobi, Nigeria, Lagos, with Nairobi. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm gonna come back to you in a bit. Okay. Again, but she's and human resources. Margin of human resources. Because these two are tied. Yeah. So I think that this is something that we work on. Let's have a conversation. Okay. What are the critical areas that we can work together to support the community? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. When we put in touch, I will let you know what when I go back home, I will start the conversation with the minister and then also the minister of human rights and justice. I think
Hello, Alex. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay. Hello. Yebo. Ngikhohlile. Inhlako tsamaya ngama. Tsamaya lokisa.
This story opens a window into the lived realities of children with intellectual disabilities, told as they experience. This story opens a window into the lived realities of children with intellectual disabilities, told as they experience life in their own voices.
Naitwa Elsa.
Can we all please take our seats? Can we all please take our seats? Can we take our seats so that we can resume?
No, I will send it to you now.
Can we please take our seats? Good morning.
Okay. Dear members, moving to another team, very important for the committee. We bring this issue concerning the disabilities, children with disabilities, in each of our sessions, and we have a working group on this team. And this panel will be on children with intellectual disabilities, lessons and policy directions. So I give the floor now to our moderator, Professor Nkata, to manage this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon. Good morning, still. Sorry. Good morning, dear colleagues. We are going to, as the Chair has mentioned, we are going to start on a discussion relating to the rights of children with intellectual disabilities. And I think, of course, that this is a very important conversation for us to have for a number of reasons, which is especially because we say we should have rights without leaving anybody behind. And so with that background, the Working Group on Children with Disabilities of the African Children's Committee had proposed to have a focus on a group of children that we often don't talk about. And so the panel that we are going to have, this panel discussion is going to focus on the rights of children with disabilities, particularly children with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. It is a recognition that in the general conversations that we have, even when we are talking about children with disabilities specifically, we tend to brush over the group. We tend to think about children with disabilities as a group, and sometimes we do not pay sufficient attention to specific aspects or specific subgroups within this broader group. It also is an opportunity for us to acknowledge the specific and particular barriers that children with disabilities, specifically children with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities, experience, which I believe from the rich panel that we have here this morning, that we will start to, to get familiar with. I think in most of our countries, as we know, we are familiar with the stigma that comes with having an intellectual disability. A lot of it is expressed socially, but some of it is actually also expressed in our laws. We have laws that refer to people in terminology that we do not even want to repeat in this forum. We have a lot of ignorance, even just starting out as we begin. We don't know. For a lot of us, we cannot make the difference between what is intellectual disability, what is psychosocial disability. A lot of us actually do not know what these elements look like. And of course, children with intellectual disabilities and children with psychosocial disabilities in our communities experience exploitation abuse without recourse. Sometimes the law does not even recognize their capacity to actually engage the justice system, and therefore they are even excluded from remedies that might be available to other children who might have any other kind of disabilities. So practices that we know and we have normalized in our communities, like abandonment, hiding or concealment, shackling. Some of us may not know shackling, where children are tied to posts and things. Those kinds of issues exist in our communities. So this is the context within which we are having today's panel. And as we have the reflections, I also have in mind a comment that has been consistent through these past 2 days, particularly coming from children, but especially yesterday, I think Ms. Loveness Mzuru said an important factor, that our stories, the stories of survivors and the stories of children with particular challenges, for instance, children with intellectual disabilities, should not be for making us feel emotional and feel, you know, that is not the point. The point is for us to think, how do we leverage their lived experience, their knowledge, to improve things and to improve the protection of their rights going forward. So with that as the background, I would want to just briefly introduce the panel that we have. We are very privileged to have with us the chair of the working group on children with disabilities, Honorable Abu Bekrin, who has been leading us in this initiative as part of the working group, but who is also going to provide us with a broad or with a general introduction to the subject matter as we go into the discussion. Thereafter, we will share a testimony of a child with an intellectual disability as a way of also facilitating participation. And just to be clear, we did think that it's not, having the video is not because we did not want the child to participate, but actually in discussion and expert advice, this was the best way for a child with intellectual disability to engage, given this nature of forum. We have Dr. Admak Moyo, who is an external expert on the working group, and who will be sharing the laws and practices on the realization of the rights of children with disabilities on the African continent. Thereafter, we shall have a representation from government to share experiences of member states, and we have Ms. Sarah Mabasa, who is the Deputy Director for the Department of Social Development from South Africa, who will be sharing their experience. And after that, we will have Ms. Fatma Wangari, who is on my right, and she is a representative of Inclusion Africa, which is an organization that works with persons with intellectual disabilities across the African continent. But it's not my place to speak for her experience, but she also speaks from a place of being a parent of a child with disability. And then we will have a documentary that shares a very short video that shares the perspectives of parents, and then we will have an opportunity for engagement. So without further ado, I would want to take this time to welcome Honorable Abu Bekrin to please share with us the introductory remarks. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Modératrice.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable members of the committee, representatives of member states, civil society colleagues, and most importantly, our children representatives. I would like to congratulate the committee that has been elected unanimously as with the chairperson as Dr. Sabrina. And I would like to wish you once again a warm welcome to the 35th anniversary symposium and the panel on the rights of children with intellectual disabilities on behalf of the working group. This panel is organized this morning, taking into account that as we reflect, renew and recommit at this milestone, that it is necessary to acknowledge the challenging truth of specific group of children who remain face to face with discrimination. They remain in the shadows of our policies, in the margins of our investments, and too often neglected in our discourses. These are children with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. Today, we're gathered to hold this discussion with a view to amplify these struggles and quests to the very center of our agenda. At the opening of our session on the 26th of November, the child representative who spoke on behalf of all children in Africa urged that we should thrive towards creating an Africa that accommodates all children, including children with disabilities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that children with disabilities as a whole experience systemic exclusion. However, we must recognize that disability has a wide spectrum containing various forms of vulnerabilities. Within the disability community, children with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities face a unique and compounded form of discriminations. The impairments are often invisible, not easily understood, and frequently mischaracterized. Despite accurate data on the situation, UN reports, academic studies, and testimonies reveal some of the peculiar vulnerabilities of children with intellectual disabilities. They're deprived of the capacity to learn, grow, and participate in society. All of the decisions for them are made by others who do not necessarily act in their best interest. Children with intellectual disabilities are more likely to experience violence in all forms. They're subjected to forced sterilization and the use of electroconvulsive shocks as a form of behavioral control. Moreover, they face extreme barriers to justice. Communication difficulties and lack of procedural accommodations hinder their ability to report the violations they face. Tragically, they often criminalize themselves into juvenile detention systems instead of being included into supportive healthcare services. We also note with concern that children with intellectual disabilities are disproportionately subjected to institutionalization, deprived of family, and community. In schools, they face not only lack of reasonable accommodation, but also bullying. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the legal foundation for their protection are firmly in place. Article 13 of the African Children's Charter prohibits discrimination on the grounds of mental disability. The groundbreaking African Disability Protocol provides an even more robust framework explicitly including intellectual, psychosocial, and developmental disabilities in its definition. Other instruments on their protection also exists, which we will explore in the subsequent presentations. In our discussion today, when we discuss about children with intellectual disabilities, I request that we address it from a broad perspective, including children with intellectual, developmental, behavioral, psychological, and other related disabilities affecting the cognitive development of a child. Ladies and gentlemen, today when we're talking about children who have mental disabilities, I ask you to open your perspective, because it is clear, and we note that there is a limited understanding of the specific needs and special measures to be undertaken for the realization of their rights, of the rights of the children with intellectual disabilities. Therefore, our collective duty demands fundamental paradigm shift. We must move from invisibility to evidence-based action. I call for disability inclusive data collection. National census, household surveys, and administrative systems must be designed to capture and disaggregate the situation of children with intellectual disabilities. We cannot design effective policies for a population we ignore to see and count. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we must also move from stigma to dignity and participation. We must launch extensive national awareness campaigns, working hand in hand with traditional, religious, and community leaders in order to eliminate harmful myths and foster a culture of inclusion and acceptance. We must transition from segregation to genuine inclusion. To this end, we must transition from a model of institutionalization to family and community-based care. Education systems must embrace a universal design for learning and differentiated instructions to cater to diverse minds. Healthcare services should be based on free and informed consent, not coercion. And our justice systems must become fully accessible, providing trained personnel and child-friendly procedures. To ensure effective inclusion, national budget must include children with intellectual disabilities. We need targeted allocations for early childhood diagnosis, assistive technologies, parents and caregiver support programs, and the specialized training for service providers. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to emphasize on the need to undertake legislative and other measures to ensure the recognition of the legal capacity of children with intellectual disabilities. We need to hear their choices and consents and provide platforms for their involvement in decisions through supported decision-making approaches. This session is a collective step on a path to reflect on what has been achieved, on what has worked in states for the protection of children. It's an opportunity to renew our efforts to undertake legislative, budgetary, and other measures, and a time to recommit to ensure the equality and participation in our respective mandates. Let us build an Africa where a child with an intellectual disability is not seen as a burden, but as a bearer of rights, full of potential, and deserving of a life of dignity and opportunity. I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Honorable Abu Bakrin, you'll agree with me that his remarks set us, they set quite the context for us to think about the issues that are ahead of us. One of the issues that Honorable Abu Bakrin has highlighted is the fact that because a lot of the times intellectual disability or psychosocial disability is not visible, most of the time it also means that it's not visible to policy, it's not visible in the context of rights and rights enforcement, and these children tend to live in the margins of society. And so even when we discuss disability, it's very easy for us to see physical disabilities. It's very easy for us to see sensory disabilities, such as visual impairment or hearing impairment, but we might not always see intellectual psychosocial disabilities. In some cases, especially with psychosocial disabilities, especially when it is in adolescence, it is often described or dismissed as bad behavior. And so children get punished, children get excluded from systems, they get sent away from schools, and it gets labeled as truancy or bad behavior on the part of children. So as we go into hearing the testimony of a child with intellectual disabilities, maybe just before the video comes up, perhaps just to put us all on the same page, intellectual disabilities is often stemming from impairments that occur in, either in utero or are congenital in nature. Either someone has been born with a certain impairments. For instance, children who might be born with Down syndrome, fetal alcohol syndrome, birth defects. These are just medical terms that describe a kind of impairment. In the context of human rights, we understand disability to not be about the medical condition. It's about how the medical condition interacts, or the impairment interacts with the environment, and how that interaction then results in people being excluded. So just because someone has has Down syndrome, for instance, does not mean that universally they do not have capacity for anything. They remain human, they remain with full dignity and rights, okay? So I think it's important for us to keep that in mind. That's intellectual disability might be detected very early on in a child's life. Psychosocial disabilities result from, most of the time, from mental illness and other conditions that might set in someone's life a little bit later. So they may not always be understood or detected at a very early age. And in some of those cases, for instance, we are talking about children who might have experienced illnesses such as bipolar disorder, in some cases anxiety disorders, depression, schizophrenia, neurodevelopment disorders, and other psychiatric conditions that can, in interaction in the environment, affect how they engage with society. That would result in a psychosocial disability. So there is quite a range of people who might be affected, and when we understand that in the disability context, 80% of persons with disabilities live in the developing world. That means a lot of these children are actually our children. So it's not something we can afford to ignore. So for now, we're just going to go ahead and listen to the testimony of a child with an intellectual disability, and then we'll move on with the panel.
This story opens a window into the lived realities of children with intellectual disabilities, told as they experience life in their own voices.
Naitwa Elosa Mukami, mimi ni mzazi wa Immaculate Wanjiro. Shinda yake ni kusahau, ni kama ni mento, kusahau intellectual.
Immaculate Wanjiro Mogo. 70. Visit please. Kana BCD.
Amesomea shule mingi, juu ya kwanza nilienda nikamtoa, nikaona wamwangalie vizuri, juu mtoto alikuwa anashinda huko kitchen, hawakuwa anamwangalia, nikamtoa nikampeleka ingine inaitwa Nyawai. Kufika grade 2 wakaanza kuniambia huyu mtoto anataka apelekwe special school, so wao hawakuwa wanamtaka. Nikatoka hapo nikaenda nikamtafutia shule, nikaenda Kasarani. Nikaambiwa niende Thika. Kwenda Thika nikarudishwa Kasarani tena, nikaambiwa nimpeleke.
Sorry, I'm just going to request the video has captions so that people can follow the language. If we can just check on that, please.
This story opens a window into the lived realities of children with intellectual disabilities, told as they experience life in their own voices.
Naitwa Elosa Mukami, mimi ni mzazi wa Immaculate Wanjiro. Shinda yake ni kusahau, ni kama ni mento, kusahau intellectual.
Immaculate Wanjiro Mogo. 70. Visit please. Kana BCD.
Amesomea shule mingi, juu ya kwanza nilienda nikamtoa, nikaona wamwangalie vizuri, juu mtoto alikuwa anashinda huko kitchen, hawakuwa anamwangalia, nikamtoa nikampeleka ingine inaitwa Nyawai. Kufika grade 2 wakaanza kuniambia huyu mtoto anataka apelekwe special school, so wao hawakuwa wanamtaka. Nikatoka hapo nikaenda nikamtafutia shule, nikaenda Kasarani, nikaambiwa niende Thika. Kwenda Thika nikarudishwa Kasarani tena, nikaambiwa nimpeleke, kuna Kasarani primary kuna special unit huko, nikampeleka huko. Kwenda huko alisoma mwezi moja, hiyo mwezi mtoto alirudi nyuma kabisa, ndio nikampeleka akafanya assessment kise, wakaniambia nimpeleke shule nomo, lakini nisimpeleke kubwa.
J baby na babangu.
Nikaenda nikampeleka shule ingine na huko chini akaenda akasoma, nikaona bado hawamwangalii vizuri, nikambandisha nikampeleka ingine. Hapo sasa nimpeleka ndio alimaliza grade 6, nikamuingiza Blessed Bliss akiwa 7 akasoma mpaka 9, ndio sasa amefanya exam ya mwisho. Tunaomba kama kunaweza failiwa waende college wasome, akona talent anaweza fanya, huwa anapenda kupika sana na kushuka nywele, so kama kuna shule tunaweza karibu tunaweza furahia.
Kushukwa. ya kupika keki na kufanyia kupika keki.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think as we began by saying, I think it's important to hear from the people themselves who are in the situation that we are discussing. And I think as we listen to the video, we can also start to see some of the manifestations of the challenges that we are talking about. Schools that are not prepared or capacitated to assist the child. So the child is ending up going to 6 schools before they are finishing their primary education. Of course, some difficulties with expressing themselves, the challenges of parents in providing the appropriate care and the support needed for the child to achieve their full capacity. So these conversations, I believe, will continue coming up. So I'm just going to now invite Dr. Admak Moyo, who is going to share with us from a legal perspective what the protection framework looks like. Dr. Moyo.
Thank you, Professor Nkatha, for the opportunity to speak to everyone in the room. And thank you to the committee for the space to also share my views on the subject. Before I go into the legal framework, I just wanted to say that the other thing that I think I picked from the video is that I now doubt, and I've always doubted, whether our governments and schools have the capacity to actually assess the threshold at which you say a child has to go into the school or the other school. And I think we should invest a lot in infrastructure to enable informed decision-making. Then that's my comment. I will just briefly highlight the legal framework and talk about the practices that undermine the rights of children with intellectual disabilities across the continent. I just have to say that all the children with disabilities have all the rights that are entrenched in international instruments, including the major general international instruments and the child-specific international instruments that include the African Children's Charter, but also the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Children are also entitled to all the rights that are entrenched in the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the rights that are entrenched in the African Disability Protocol, which in Article 28 actually addresses children directly, children with disabilities. From that, I should then also say that most of the instruments do not necessarily refer to children with intellectual disabilities. They may refer to persons with disabilities, but also they may refer to children with disabilities at the general level. Now, from that, I think we have to move to the next stage, where you can already see that the 4 guiding principles of children's rights, the right to life and survival and development, the best interest of the child, child participation, and non-discrimination, all shape the approaches that governments should take and societies should adopt when dealing with children with intellectual disabilities. And I should say that the African Children's Charter has most of these provisions in Article 13, and that the provisions don't necessarily say children with intellectual disabilities. But the African Disability Protocol does refer to intellectual disabilities. And as has been said by Prof. Nkatha, it also talks about this idea that we must remember that disability is about the interaction between the impairments that are there and also the environment in which the child finds themselves. After that, I think I should say that most of the approaches to, disability discourse are shaped by the cultural, social, and religious context in which African children find themselves. And these, of course, include this idea that disability is caused by supernatural causes. So it's either your great-grandparent killed someone and this is something coming back to the family, or it's a child with disability is viewed as a gift from God that is meant to test the family's faith. But however you look at it, the social attitudes actually limit the opportunities that then become available to the child, whether in the context of education or in other contexts. Especially given that most societies look down upon children with disabilities as a reflection of shame, really, or punishment on the family. Now, what I'll just do now, the chair didn't tell me how much time I have. I usually prefer to keep within time.
You have 5 minutes left out of 10.
I have 5 minutes left. That's a cruel punishment. But let me try to summarize what I have here. What I can say is that there are 5 dominant themes that emerge from disability discourse based on the instruments. I think the first is non-discrimination and child participation, and of course, the instruments and the treaties that monitor the implementation of these instruments actually reinforce that children with intellectual disabilities have the right to express their views freely, just like other children, and to have those views taken seriously. I refer to the CRPD committee, which has emphasized that legal capacity is key to accessing full and effective participation in society and decision-making, and that this should be available even to children with intellectual disability, children with autism, and other forms of psychosocial impairment. The other broad area I would say is access to education. And I had the privilege to learn from colleagues when we're talking about inclusive education that inclusive education has to go beyond just placing the child in one classroom with other children without disabilities, to actually addressing the issue of equal or equivalent outcomes, even in different contexts, even when the child is actually sitting home. And that means putting in a lot of support for the child to proceed from one level of education to the other. I just have to emphasize that education, remember, is a precursor to greater independence and community participation of the child, and that without that, the child is not going to thrive or achieve their full potential. There are studies that demonstrate that many children with disabilities are out of school. About a third of the children who are out of school has disabilities. And at some point, ACPF said that about 86.5% of children with intellectual disabilities were not in school in many African countries. There is a whole lot of evidence that I will skip in the interest of time. I will just quote here that the CRPD committee has said at some point in one of the general comments that learners with intellectual impairments must be provided with concrete, observable, or visual, and easy to read teaching and learning materials within a safe, quiet, and structured learning environment, targeting capacities that will best prepare students for independent living and vocational context. And I think this is so important. The next broad area I would say is health care services and sexuality. And what we find most likely in low resource context is that, I mean, you have the resources that are needed by children to actually intellectually develop not being available, lack of nutrition, and this, of course, exacerbate intellectual disabilities. I could go, take a deep dive into the interaction between nutrition and food, for example, to the development of neurons in the head or the brain, but I don't have time to do that. Just to say that in poor families, nutrition is an issue, and often there are overlaps between nutrition and health. So we need to actually make sure that we invest in public health outcomes, that we do not discriminate against children with intellectual disabilities, including, for example, in the sexual and reproductive health context, where most of them are, involuntarily, what do you call, sterilized. And there is a whole lot of talk about whether that doesn't compromise the inherent right to reproduce, especially for children whose intellectual disabilities are in the borderline, and there is a chance that they may actually improve going into the future. The last one that I will talk about, this is the second last, but I will make this the last in the interest of time, relates to assistance and support. The feeling that I got from the video presentation and the evidence from the literature review that I did demonstrates that governments are not investing a lot on children with intellectual disabilities. In fact, on children with disabilities, let alone children with intellectual disabilities. This idea that children with intellectual disabilities are useless and they cannot do anything actually perpetuates those attitudes. And those attitudes are reflected in the budgets that we have from governments. So there is need, for example, to offer families and communities support. And this can, I think, in low resource contexts, include training of families and community leaders. Because the states are rarely there because of lack of resources, it may be actually beneficial to invest in homegrown solutions to challenges confronting families and communities. There is, for example, evidence suggests very patchy work on parent-led support groups in African countries. But I think we can engage in more, train-the-trainer programs to expand the impact of these efforts to ensure that the children with intellectual disabilities get the support that they need, and to ensure that we transfer skills from academic institutions and vocational centers to communities and families in which children with disabilities live. The last one that I'm not going to talk about in detail, I'll just make a statement in the interest of time, is the access to income generation and community life. The belief that children with intellectual disabilities cannot run projects limits the resources that we commit to support them to stand on their own. Yet all the child rights instruments, from the CRPD to the African Charter to the African Disability Protocol, all the instruments actually revolve around the idea that the child should be supported to achieve their full participation and potential. So we need to invest more resources into this to ensure that children with disabilities have a chance at life and also have an open future where possibilities are not foreclosed and limited. Chair, I revert to you, and thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moyo. Yes, I am sorry that I had to cut your time because there's plenty that we could speak, but we do not unfortunately have the privilege of time. I am going to invite a representative of member state to share the perspective of government in terms of initiatives and engagement with issues affecting children with intellectual disabilities. So I will invite you, Ms. Mabasa, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Nkata, and to the members of the committee for this opportunity to share the member state experiences in terms of dealing with children with disabilities. Chairperson of the committee, kindly allow me to observe the protocol that has already been observed. Let me just start by highlighting that children with disabilities face a lot of challenges. And with regard to that, it is very critical in South Africa because we have constitution and legislations that support the needs of children with disabilities. This is inclusive of children living with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. So in South Africa, these children have fundamental rights. This includes the rights to not to be discriminated against. Non-discrimination is one of the core principles in South Africa because our legislation clearly highlights that no one should be discriminated against, even on the account of disability. Furthermore, children with disabilities have the right to life and development. They have the right to access quality education, healthcare, social security, social services, and to ensure that they are protected from abuse, exploitation, and neglect. Despite this, Chairperson, let me just highlight that children with disabilities continue to face quite a range of challenges. Some of these challenges include education, whereby these children are often excluded from educational opportunities. With regard to employment, the transition to competitive employment also remains a major challenge. Access to basic services, many of these children are often excluded due to various factors. It could be accessibility, it could be lack of resources, it could be limited skilled or availability of specialized services. Furthermore, they tend to experience marginalization because intellectual disability tend to be one of those disregarded disabilities. So these children often face social, cognitive, and economic exclusion. However, let me just highlight, Chairperson, that South Africa has a wide range of legislation to address the needs of children with disabilities. And our legislative provisions takes into account the need of these children. Legislation recognizes the needs of children living with special needs. Therefore, it is very critical to ensure that these children are taken into consideration in all levels of service delivery. Our legislation promotes the right to participation, ensuring that children with disabilities are given an opportunity to participate in social, cultural, religious, and educational activities. Our legislation further ensures the dignity and self-reliance of children living with disabilities by prioritizing the conditions that foster dignity, promote self-reliance, facilitate active participation in the community for these children. Our legislation also strengthens support services by ensuring that children with disabilities and their caregivers are entitled to necessary support to meet their needs. Furthermore, the legislation supports the integration and mainstreaming of children with disabilities into broader government children's programs, and ensuring that these children are protected from harmful practices, as they have the right not to be subjected to these practices just like any other child, and to ensure that they have access to medical, social, cultural, and religious services whenever these are needed, with the aim of promoting self-respect and their dignity. So to respond to the needs of children, living with disabilities, government offers a wide range of programs. The first one that I would like to highlight, Chairperson, is with regard to financial and social support. In South Africa, we have a social protection system that includes services for children with disabilities. The Care Dependency Grant provides home income support to caregivers providing permanent care for children living with severe mental and physical disabilities. In terms of educational support, South Africa has an inclusive educational policy framework, and this framework ensures that all children that have barriers to learning, it ensures that these children can have access to quality and free and inclusive education. We have full service schools, and these programs aims to convert mainstream schools into full service schools that are equipped to accommodate a wide range of learning barriers. Special schools are also available in South Africa to provide a maximum support for children and to support the students or the learners whose needs cannot be met in the general setting. Early child development services are also available, and various initiatives focus on early intervention for young children with disabilities with the goal of integrating them into inclusive preschool and mainstreaming settings to ensure that they can grow. Government further provide transport services, learner transport programs to ensure that learners with special needs are able to also access education. They are not excluded from the education system. We further, as the government, emphasize the importance of awareness raising to ensure that we raise awareness within communities. We know the stigma that the children with disabilities often face, and the aim of this is to ensure that we change or we deal with the stereotypes among communities with regard to the issue of disability. We further offer the community-based programs with the aim of introducing or putting in place prevention and early intervention programs to support and empower persons with disabilities and their families, and to facilitate the participation in public and community activities. As government, we also play an oversight role. We conduct research on various areas of disability. We ensure the development of policies and legislation. We ensure the monitoring and evaluation of programs for persons with disabilities to ensure that we continue to improve the services that are required by children with disabilities. Furthermore, Chairperson, capacity building is very crucial for government, because as long as we develop policies and legislations, but we don't capacitate the practitioners, then it means the implementation of this will be a challenge. So we continuously ensure that our practitioners are capacitated on various types of disabilities, the intervention programs, so that they are able to respond to the needs of children with disabilities. We further, as government, provide the health and rehabilitation services, ensuring that children with disabilities are able to access health services. There are also day and residential care services that offer daycare, residential care for children with disabilities. Therapeutic programs are available, and this may include physiotherapy, occupational therapy, speech or language therapy, whenever they are needed in line with the needs of the child. There's also rehabilitation services that are being offered. There are programs, and we have a clear referral systems to ensure that if a child with a disability is presented with a need, we are able to liaise with other practitioners, government departments, and stakeholders to ensure that the child can receive a comprehensive services. This includes also provision of psychosocial support services. Furthermore, family support and alternative care are available, ensuring that children also participate in recreational and social activities. This is very critical in terms of encouraging participation in community activities like sports, to help these children to build the social skills and to provide the opportunities for them to have fun and also to develop in terms of their independence. Parent support and parent and family support is also available. We ensure that we provide parental support and parenting programs to parents who have children or are caring for children living with disabilities, ensuring that parents are connected with other parents to share the experiences and to support each other, and also to learn about different types of disabilities to ensure that they are able to care for their children. Furthermore, children who are living with disabilities who may be found to be in need of care and protection, government ensures that there are interventions in place in terms of ensuring alternative care measures. So such children, if they have been violated and the court has found that they need to be protected and be removed from the family environment, we have child and youth care centers to ensure that these children are accommodated. And in those centers, there are various programs that are being provided to meet the needs of these children. As a country, we also introduced respite care services to provide temporary relief for parents who are caring for these children by ensuring that an alternative person will come in place to support the parent, and the parent can have a bit of rest, and that will also reduce the burnout or the emotional impact on the parent in terms of caring for this child who is living with a disability. So in closing, Chairperson, let me just highlight that as government, we do take note that a lot still needs to be done, and therefore we are committing before this committee that in addition to the current programs that we have, we will continue as government to strengthen awareness raising, to promote the rights of persons with or children living with disabilities, and also the issue of stigma, which is very critical. We need to reduce the societal stigma so that these children are well integrated within communities. The empowerment of caregivers is also critical to ensure that these children are adequately cared for. Furthermore, government commit to strengthen the current parenting programs and to expand the home visitations that are very critical to support the parents and to ensure that the caregivers that are caring for children with disabilities continue to receive the financial support, because we know that disability doesn't only have emotional impact but also require financial support, as the children have so many needs that needs to be taken care of. The promotion of meaningful participation is one area that government commits to strengthen in line with the children with disabilities. This is very critical to ensure that we build capacity, we create a service, creates a safe space and age-appropriate platforms for children with disabilities to express their views. Government further commit to improve accessibility in terms of basic services, health, education, social services, and others, so that as government we are able to meet the diverse needs of learners. Furthermore, government commits to continue to strengthen partnership with various stakeholders at national, provincial, and district level, and this includes the civil society partner organizations, because they are very critical in supporting government in the work that we do. Furthermore, the issue of budget is also critical to ensure that budget allocations for programs for children living with disabilities are also taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Abassa. I think listening to all the initiatives and the commitments, I think there's a lot to take, and I hope that also as the other government representatives in the room are here, that once we start to engage, we can also, check or compare and think through what it is that we can actually do in the respective countries. I think the one thing that stood out for me, which I think should also maybe come up in the subsequent conversations, is the breadth of measures that are there. One, the need to anchor the measures in law so that the action is not dependent on an temporary policy or the government of the day, but it's actually a legislative or a constitutional imperative. That makes sure that the fate of children with disabilities and the fate of children with intellectual disabilities specifically is not subject to the will and whim of whichever the government comes in and awareness or lack of it. The other unique element that I picked up, which I hope the rest of us can reflect on, not just as government, but also as civil society and how we program, is the question of respite and support for parents, especially support for parents, caregivers, and guardians who have to also be the support system for their children. And how do we actually take that into account when we think? Do we think about children with intellectual disabilities as a singular entity or as part of a family and an ecosystem that we have to think of how we support them holistically? With that, of course, that means that the range of stakeholders that we are engaging is not just limited to the children's rights sector. It could spread beyond the children's rights sector, and it's important that we have that reflection. And I think, finally, which is also going to come up again in the conversations, is the fact that Madame Mabasa is from a Department of Social Development, right? A lot of the issues that affect children with disabilities will be located in different other departments as well. How does even government coordinate between the department responsible for children, the department responsible for persons with disabilities, which can sometimes be different, Department for Education, Department of Health, everybody who needs to come on board, how do we facilitate that? So I would want to now give us a little bit of a different perspective. And so we are going to now listen to the perspective of an organization working directly with children with intellectual disabilities, Inclusion Africa, from Fatma, but also as far as possible, to the extent possible, also from personal experience of working in the space and your engagement with intellectual disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mkatha. Your Excellencies, honorable committee members, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I will briefly just talk about Inclusion Africa. So it is a Pan-African network that serves as the collective voice for persons with intellectual disabilities and their families, with 29 members across 27 countries, all of which are led by people with intellectual disabilities and their families. We work from the ground up to turn policy into practice. Our work is firmly anchored in inclusive development and human rights-based approach to disability. Children with intellectual disabilities yearn to belong in their communities. They have hopes and aspirations, just like you and me. They want to enjoy the same opportunities in their own communities as their peers. But is this the reality that we see across African countries? They live in the shadows. They are not missing, but our systems have chosen to simply fail to see them. Let's begin with the scale of the issue. So globally, it is said that 1 to 3% of each population is people with intellectual disabilities. Now picture that percentage across the continent. These are millions of children. Roughly about 16.8 million children in Africa have an intellectual disability. We are talking about millions. This is not a small number. They are hidden by inadequate data, deep-seated stigma, discrimination, exclusion, and systems never designed to include them. We all know what is not counted does not count. The consequences of this invisibility is not theoretical. It is a daily reality of exclusion. As we saw in the video that was shared earlier, children with intellectual disabilities in Africa face a complex web of challenges, from economic hardship and cultural stigma to limited services and weak policy implementation. Understanding these barriers is the first step towards dismantling them. One of the most significant of these barriers is education, and it has been mentioned here before. So more than often, children with intellectual disabilities are seen as ineducable and trainable, and they miss out in our schools in the region. I want to start from a very personal experience. When my daughter was 5 years old, I took her to her own local community school where her peers and siblings from the community were going. It was not even a month. The head teacher called me, and he told me, "Your daughter does not belong here. You'd better go and find a school for people like her." I was a young parent. I didn't know what to do. There was no information out there. I remember I cried and pleaded with the head teacher to let my daughter stay in school. But he said, "No, just take your daughter and go away." Fast forward, I had to take her to a segregated school, far away from her own community, with people that she didn't even have an idea who they were. Again, fast forward, she came back home with no learning outcomes, no skills, no certification, no transition plan, and shattered hope for the future. We had to start once again as a family, to start figuring out how best to support her, for her to be able to live independently in her own community. Many schools lack trained teachers, and it has been said here. Adapted learning materials and curricula that is adapted and to accommodate diverse needs of learners with intellectual disabilities. Reasonable accommodation is rarely provided in our schools. Inclusive infrastructure, like accessible classrooms and assistive devices, rarely provided to children with intellectual disabilities. As a result, they are pushed out of the school system. Instead of belonging, they face segregation and worse, institutionalization. We've heard from so many families across the region around infanticide of children with intellectual disabilities. So parents are forced to kill their children when they're identified with an intellectual disability. A very good example is a case in Kenya, where I'm from, in the Maasai community. Many parents have told us we were forced to kill our children once they were identified with an intellectual disability. And for the ones who refused to kill their children, they were forced to take them in institutions because they were told they don't belong in this community, and you'd better take them where we cannot see them. Beyond the classroom stigma and discrimination, cast a long shadow. In many communities, intellectual disability is misunderstood, linked to superstition, and it has been mentioned here, curses or punishment, just from what I've said about infanticide. This leads to social isolation, bullying, and children being hidden away at home. These attitudes don't just harm a child's emotional well-being, they prevent families from seeking support, locking everyone in silence and shame. And the big question families ask here is, when I hide my child away in the community, because there are no services in the community, the attitude in the community is very harsh to my child. Who is to blame? Is it me as a mother, or is it the government or the system that is not providing inclusive services in the community? Compounding this is a severe lack of health and support services. Many African countries have a critical shortage of specialists, speech therapists, occupational therapists, psychologists, very, very expensive to many families, and we know early identification and intervention is very, very key to change life trajectories of children with intellectual disabilities. The situation is much worse in rural areas. So poverty intensifies every one of these challenges. When families are forced to choose between food on the table and therapy for their child, care becomes a luxury. Caregivers, often mothers, face immense emotional and economic strain. Many are forced to leave their jobs, deepening the cycle of poverty. When my daughter was 12 years old, I was forced to leave my job to become a full-time caregiver. And one of the reasons I had to leave work was that a very close family member attempted to defile her several times. So when it came to my attention, I had to choose whether I need a paycheck or I need my daughter to be safe and protected. Finally, we face a persistent gap in the region between policy and practice. Many African countries have strong commitments on paper. They've ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Quite a number have ratified the Africa Disability Protocols. We have very progressive national disability laws in the region, but they don't translate into practice for many people with intellectual disabilities. And without proper implementation, including funding and political will, these documents gather dust. Progress remains fragmented, underfunded, and inconsistent. And one big question that we hear again from parents, including myself, is what will happen to my son or daughter when I'm no longer there? We know children with intellectual disabilities, no one wants to take them in. Even for adoption, people will say no to children with intellectual disabilities. So where does this leave us? It leaves us with millions of children waiting for a miracle. It leaves us with millions of children waiting, not for a miracle, but for action, for systems that see them, for schools that welcome them, for communities that embrace them, and for policies that include them on an equal basis with others. Our call to action as Inclusion Africa is first for member states to uphold their obligation to protect, respect, and fulfill the rights of people with intellectual disabilities. As I conclude, we need an African Union plan of action to address the exclusion of children and people with intellectual disabilities in all aspects of life. We need implementation of existing national and regional frameworks. We don't need more silence. We need solidarity. We don't need charity. We need rights, respect, and recognition. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fatma. I am not going to add or try to say anything further to that. We are running quite behind time, and we should be concluding. We'll just now have the very short video of our parent perspective. We have requested the interpreters to support us to read the English captions for those who would want to follow the very brief video. And then after that, we'll take very few interventions so that we can close the session. Thank you.
These stories come from the inside, from homes, from the lived reality. The everyday life of families raising children with intellectual disabilities. Stories told directly by parents in their own voices.
Mimi naitwa Caroline Modhikwa, nakaa Tasia. Hapa ndio nafanyia kazi. Niko na watoto 4 na Prudence ndio kitinda mimba, ndio ako na changamoto ya Down syndrome na ako na miaka 12. Nilijua kuna Down syndrome jinsi nilivyomzaa, kwa maana alikuwa badala ya grow alikuwa narudi chini, zile vitu maneno anavyovifanya haziandamani na wale watoto wengine, na nikakuja kugundua pia ako na shida ya roho, na akakuwa na changamoto sana akitoa damu huku kwa mdomo. Nikapitia changamoto mingi sana, na ndivyo nikaona jinsi vile watu wananitenga, hata kukuja kwa nyumba hawakuji, si familia yangu, si watoto, si watu wazima. Hata kwa shule pia napitia changamoto, hata saizi haendi. Nilimtoa kwa maana ile kenye nilikuwa naona tu analeta nyumbani ni mahalama tu. Watu wengi wananitenga, hata hapa kazini, jinsi tunavyokukaa na yeye hapa, watu hamuelewi. Hata saa zingine hata wakuji hata niwashuke, wakianza kumuona wanaenda, wanasema wanakuja, wanaenda tu. Hata sijui niseme nini. Napitia shida mingi sana, hata zingine nashindwa na kusema, kwa maana hata watu hamuelewi kabisa. Hata wenye wananisurround hapa hawamuelewi kabisa. Ningependa kuambia serikali wameegemea sana kwa watu wenye walemavu wa mikono, miguu, lakini wajaangalia wale wako na shida ya akili, hata wenye wako na Down syndrome. Kwa maana hao watoto hata in case washikwe na polisi wamuelewi, hata kwa mashule waeleweki. Ningependa serikali iwekwe pahali isomeshwe kuhusu hawa watoto walemavu wa akili, waweze kuwaelewa zaidi, hata kwa shule, kwa OC, hata kwa matatu waweze kueleweka vizuri, kwa maana wanaumia na wanakuja kueleweka baadaye kama wamefinyika. Ningependa kuhimiza jamii waweze kuelewa hawa watoto wetu, waweze kuandamana na wale watoto wengine. Wazazi waache kufungia watoto wale wako sawa, ati wasicheze na watoto wenye wako na shida ya akili. Hawa watoto wanataka umoja na upendo pia, na ndipo tutaweza kuvuka saidi nyingine. Ningependa kuomba hili ombi la ushirika yoyote na mtu binafsi. Prudence ako na shida ya roho na bado hajatibiwa. Pia aliambiwa atatolewa stenosis na bado hajaenda shule. Ninaomba tu yoyote mwenye ananisikia ako na ile guzo tu la Mungu aweze kunisaidia, na Mungu atambariki zaidi.
Kwa majina mimi naitwa Moses Orani. Hapa nakaa Nairobi, Tasia, mtaa huu naitwa Tasia. Nafanya kazi ya kibanda, nauza nyanya, mboga, vitunguu, kazi kama hiyo. Niko na watoto 6. Kwa watoto 6 niko wasichana 4, vijana 2. Msichana wa kwanza anaitwa Isaka, ndio huyu ako hapa. Yeye ndiye ako na ulemavu wa akili. Alizaliwa 2014 na sasa ako na miaka 11. Kwa ufupi, huyu kijana wangu wa kwanza ambaye ni Isaka, naweza sema hakuzaliwa na ulemavu wa akili. Lakini baada ya miezi 3 kupita, ndiposa nikajua ako na ulemavu wa akili wakati nilipomchukua hospitalini. Daktari naye akaniambia mtoto ako na kasoro, na wakati nilijaribu kuchunguza zaidi, daktari akaniambia mtoto ako na Down syndrome. Hasa huyu kijana amepatana na shida nyingi ambazo Naweza sema katika pale mtaa huu wa Tazia mahali tunakaa, akiwa anakaa na watoto wengine wanamtoroka. Hawa anakuanga ametengwa na watoto wengine, saa zingine kugongwa na hata kuenda kwa manyumba ya watu wengine, hafai kuingia kwa manyumba ya watu wengine. Watu wanamuona kama si mtoto ako na kiritimamu ama si binadamu, yaani wanamuona kama si mtu kamwe kabisa. Nami pia vile naonanga hivyo, najihizi kwamba huyu mtoto wangu mbona anakuwa discriminated. Napitia mambo ambayo nasikia kama mimi huyu mtoto si wangu, na naonekana kama watu wananitenga na wanaona kama mimi ni mchawi. Mara hata nikienda kutafuta nyumba inapandizwa bei, naambiwa hapa siwezi esa kulipa hiyo nyumba. Saa zingine sijui vile mtazamo wanaona ni kama wananitenga na familia kwa jumla. Na hata si hivyo, watoto wale wengine wale nakaa nao pia wanateseka kimawazo. Katika upande wa serikali, mimi ningeonelea ya kwamba serikali itilie manani kabisa, kwa sababu tunaona kila pande sote ya walemavu serikali imetilia manani, lakini katika hawa watoto walemavu wa akili serikali haijatilia mkazo vile. Penda kusema yeyote yule ambaye anayeona vile napitia hizi changamoto sote, nipe usaidizi. Niko na huyu kijana Isaac ambaye naona hivi majuzi anasoma shuleni na anaendelea na masomo, lakini sina uwezo wa fedha. Ningeomba serikali ikiweza kunisaidia, nisaidie huyu mtoto at least aende shule, na yeye kesho siku zijazo awe mtu anajisimamia, kwa sababu naona kama hawezi enda shule, hawezi akajisimamia, hawezi akajua chochote, na hata tukiangalia vizuri hawezi akaoa. Maana huyu mtoto anafaa kuwe na kazi ndio at least awe akijikimu kimaisha na familia yake. Hayo ndio tu niko nayo. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. I think I also recognize the emotion in the room. And it's important that we come to the reality of what we are dealing with, the gravity. It's very easy to dismiss things when you don't see them. But this is someone's life. It's not some abstract NGO ideas. These are people's lives. I will just take a few questions, contributions. We don't have a lot of time. I don't know if we can maybe have member states, members of the committee, will give priority. Okay, we'll need but I recognize Libya, and sorry, I can't see. Nigeria. Then Algeria.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Ali Faraj, an expert, social expert from Libya. I have worked in this field for many years. And here I'm not questioning, but I want to thank the committee for discussing these topics that are very important for us in the member states. And I also would like to thank Dr. Abu Bakri for talking about the early diagnosing and the access to education and stigma. These are topics that we have worked on in our country since the 80s of last century, and we have a lot of successful stories we can share it. These topics requires us to share knowledge about the intellectual disabilities, and due to these communities or these or those impairments, they are discovered in the early childhood, and that require, if we want to recall the protocols and the African conventions that pertaining these topics, And I also want to thank the speakers who spoke about the discrimination and the right to express, and they shared their experience through the videos or what has been shared by the speakers who spoke about important topics. In that regard, we call for establishing partnerships between states to also produce recommendations that member states can benefit from when they are putting programs, especially that we are commemorating now the 35th anniversary of the Charter. We have to be serious. We have to take practical steps to implement the Charter and the programs, because every time we sit in these sessions, we talk about the issues, but how can we take positive steps in creating important programs that makes us take a step forward. Time is constrained, and I just want to thank you again for your role, and there is also an addition from my sister, Madame Naima. Good afternoon. I would like to talk about 2 points. We wanted to confirm, or we want to talk about the early diagnosing, because the early diagnosing require an early intervention, especially in the intellectual disability, that could have a positive impact and how to integrate the children into the society. I also want to tell you about a trial in Libya. We want to popularize it. In the preschool, now we have a kindergarten for the children with intellectual disabilities and autism. It is a very successful experience for the preschool that enables them to go to the normal schools and integrate them in the society in a normal manner. Thank you very much. Thank you for the rapporteur. Firstly, I would like to share the Algeria experience, given the successes that it has made in this regard. It has engaged in and ratified all the international conventions, the International Conventions on the Right of Child in 19th of December 1992, and the African Charter on the Rights of Child, and those rights were enhanced in the national legislations to be adapted with the international obligations. Recently, to add it to the constitutions in the last amendment in 2020, in addition to a package of rights to guarantee the free education and free health care and protection from all forms of violence and exploitation, and the government to take care of the abandoned children. And there was also new laws enacted to address the crimes, especially the act pertaining the prevention of abduction of people and crimes on the trafficking of people, and an act on drugs. That was, and the law of the prevention of discrimination and hate speech, as they recognize a special protection for the children of these from these scourges. The Act of the Protection of Child on 15th of July 2015 is a great step in the field of protection of the child, that established a national authority to protect and develop the childhood under the supervision of a national commissioner appointed by the minister to enable her to consolidate all the visions and national efforts aimed at achieving the best interest of the child. In that regard, I also would like to add that the Algerian legislation or in the constitution to respect the principle of non-discrimination when it relates to the protection of the child, as enshrined in all instruments, without any discrimination based on gender or background, and also to include the marginalized groups or the people with the special needs or the people with disabilities, It is worth mentioning that there are a lot of legislation for the disabled children, and I should mention law number 0125 on the 20th of February 2025 pertaining the protection of people with disabilities, developed from the law 9022 2002 for the protection of people with disabilities, that includes any person regardless of the age that have disability, and also to take care of children and provide the right to education regardless the period of education in the educational institutions or training institutions, and to establish special divisions in schools or vocational centers. The law 0804 in 2008 for the national education, there is also another law on health and many institutions. We have 236 institutions to take care of the children with disabilities, the psychological centers also for the children with disabilities, and a lot of commissions were established also to follow up with the implementation, and especially to the children with autism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am sorry to have to cut you. It's just that we are running quite behind time. And so, and I think, oh, okay. I recognize Mauritania. I think there was UNICEF. I'm just going to take the two. There is a committee member as well. Yes, we're going to hear from Mauritania, and then the member of the committee, Honorable Musiwa. There is, oh, I did not see, sorry. And Honorable Aver. Okay, in that order, please. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, as has been said by the chair of the session, the speakers have conveyed to us the suffering faced by the children with disabilities. But I was waiting, and I'm still waiting, to provide or present numbers pertaining the number of the children with disabilities. Statistics are the base or the foundation that we should rely on if we want to change the situation. We must be honest, we must be frank. As governments, we have obligations towards our societies. In the Article 3 of or Article 13 pertaining the rights of the children with disabilities, it provides for enabling those children to access buildings or high buildings. What if it is schools or hospitals? We have to follow carefully. Has the states who ratified this convention thought or made any efforts in this context? And is there any practices that we need to share so the other African governments benefit from it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity, and thank you very much to the presenters. It was very rich and thought-provoking. And I really wanted to ask a question to Madam Mabasa, but because you are raising that we don't have enough time, she can contribute if there's time, but let me make it as a remark that I really appreciate we are talking of care or caring for these children whom we already have, but going forward, it is very, very critical, and it is very important, Madam Chair, that we speak to prevention. prevention is very critical because intellectual disability, we all agree here, is related to health issues. It could be infections, it could be trauma during delivery or soon after delivery. Then we look at the first 100 days of life. But let's not wait when we have the intellectual disability. Whatever we're going to come up with, let's focus strongly on prevention. Thank you. Otherwise, I wanted the government to tell us what they are really doing to ensure that they prevent. And then it relates to my predecessor who has already spoken, statistics. Where are we? What are we saying? Are we progressing or not? Thank you very much. I submit.
Honorable Gava. Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for those very thought-provoking presentations. You know, they speak the truth. I will just briefly share my experience as a caregiver, you know, in a small home that takes care of children with cerebral palsy and autism. And it's just a very small space that hosts at most 14 to 15 children. But it's very interesting to note that out of these 14 or 15 children, about 8 or 9 were left at the gate, were abandoned at the gate of the shelter by unknown people. So you now look at, you see a situation where the parents or the caregivers have really given up. They are completely despondent because they did not receive any help anywhere. So they heard that there was a shelter somewhere, and then they came and dropped their children there. It happens every now and then. Interestingly, they come back, they are keeping their ear to the ground, and when they perceive that maybe their children are being cared for, they come back, and at that time they join forces in caregiving. This has been the experience at the center. It speaks to issues of poverty, it speaks to issues of stigmatization, isolation. You know, the cultural nexus is also there when it is believed that when you give birth to such children, maybe you are a witch, or maybe that child is a witch. That sort of warped kind of thinking, but it persists. And so they are against a society that does not recognize them, that is hostile to them by the circumstances of their birth. And so they are helpless. Now, ordinarily, they would have sought help in the government space, but they are so far away from government. They are not recognized in most cases. When we talk about disaggregation of disability in the data that delegates talked about, this group, I doubt if it is recognized at all. They are very far from any possible intervention. And then, of course, the issue of stigma, like I said earlier, there really needs to be awareness at that level, because it's highly resident there, where it intersects with issues of poverty, issues of illiteracy, and lack of understanding around the subject matter. And so what do? Do we continue to leave them behind? I think not. How about the social protection programs? Do they recognize children with disabilities in these interventions? Maybe, but maybe not. So I don't have the answers, more and more questions. But I think I'm very happy that this has come up in this session, because the committee is an entry point in creating awareness and bringing issues of this nature to discuss, as we have a lot of state parties here. This group of children need help. They are suffering from an aggravated form of disability, and they need to be recognized. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members and the representative of Mauritania. I have been allowed by the chair to give an opportunity to UNICEF to speak very briefly before I hand back over the floor, because we are very far behind time.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. I want to extend sincere appreciation to the committee and to the working group of the Committee on Children and Disabilities. I think what we have seen in the discussion of the panel today, the very rich discussion of the panel, really highlighting some of the issues, be that the non-implementation of existing legislation, the issues of budgets, the lack of specialized services, and so on. So my question is, and I'd like to follow maybe on the point that Honorable Avar has made, is how do we bring awareness at the highest level? And my question is, the African Union has very strong mechanism of having champions, heads of state as champions. And my question is there a champion for persons with disability in the African Union? And what can the committee do to promote this? And equally, it may be an opportunity to have a continental awareness campaign about disability, children with disability, because it not only affects the children themselves, but as we heard very eloquently from Madame Fatima, from the presentations, the short video that was made, that families, the caretakers themselves, how do they move forward? So this is my question to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we will not have time for the entire panel to take questions, we are going to give Fatma the opportunity to just speak to the data question very briefly, and then we will finish.
Thank you very much, Chair. When we talk about disability data, this is a huge challenge in the region. And I would really want to urge African member states to really invest in disability-specific data. We have seen quite a number of countries in the region using the Washington Group set of questions to collect disability data. And this is very important when we talk about census, when we talk about household data, when we talk about administrative data. How do we ensure we are counting people with disability in various sets of data? As I said earlier, if you are not counted, you don't count. You are not thought of, you are not planned for. And there is a joke in Kenya, which is not a joke at all, which says, and this is within the disability movement, and people say, our government knows the number of elephants in the country, but unfortunately they don't know people with disabilities in the country. And this is a wake-up call. We cannot just continue to talk about people with disabilities, and specifically people with intellectual disabilities, when we don't know the number. We are using the World Health Organization of 1 to 3% of any population is people with intellectual disabilities, but we really need to determine how many people with intellectual disabilities and how many people with disabilities do we have in the region. Therefore, my call to you is to invest in disability disaggregated data. We need to know the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fatma. As I hand over to the chair, it has been an absolute privilege for me to moderate this panel. I think you will agree that we have just started to scratch the surface of a very deep issue that we need to actually create opportunities to come back to. And I'm hoping that we will have the opportunity to do that going forward. One of the things that, one of the outcomes of today's conversation is a resolution that the working group has proposed on the rights of children with intellectual disabilities, with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities. There is a draft that the committee will consider and hopefully adopt, and that resolution should then help us to rally action amongst member states, amongst stakeholders, civil society, and interagency organizations, and then we can see how we take this forward concretely so that it doesn't end up in a conversation here and an emotional feeling. Once again, thank you very much to everybody. Let me hand over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nkata. Thank you very much. I think for each time we are here discussion, we take this kind of this type of discussion concerning the child with disabilities. For each time we bring new issues, new questions, and that's good because we are reflecting also together as researchers, together as civil society, together as a representative of member state, and also as a working group from the committee. From my side, I want also to have just 2 or 3 minutes from you, moderator. I know that as a committee, we have this mission that we, for the first step is the Charter and how the member state has to implement the articles and the principles of the Charter for all the child and to be inclusive in the politics for the children with disabilities and also for the programs. But in the other side, from my expertise and experience, as you know, as a psychologist, I work a lot with this category. You know, the first problem is with the system, family system, is the first problem. They deny the diagnosis when they know what's the diagnosis of their child, for example, for autism or for Down syndrome. They deny this diagnosis. The first step is, the first issue also is when you have this diagnosis, we have it later. So we don't have this screening for the first step. We have this diagnosis screening for this child to have all the programs and all integrated also programs for taking care in a systemic approach with the family also and with the child. Also, when we talk about the full participatory inclusion, what about the meaning of inclusion? Is it the meaning of a category inclusion to get them all of them in the rooms, or it's about the potential of each children, how he's moving in front of his own potential? And to have that, we have before to do a psychosocial assessment and to see how this child is moving, comparing to himself, not comparing to normal children or comparing to other children from his category. You have children after their psychological assessment, they have sometimes some manual performance. For the same diagnosis, you have other performance which are a cognitive performance. So these indicators of inclusivity must be very particular concerning the children with disabilities and not the other children. So the inclusion must be in the adapted environment for them and not this environment concerning the children that they can have a normal life as the others. So thank you so much, honorable members. Thank you so much, distinguished guests. Thank you so much, representative of member states, CSOs, organization of Nations Unies. How we can say United Nations, so I lost my English. Now we will have our lunch, so I think that, yeah, I give the floor to Philip for more details. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the moderator. I think she also deserves to be applauded for having moderated efficaciously. Once more again, thank you so very much, Professor Nkata. I think we have an hour behind our schedule, and we're going to try and catch up. Therefore, we're going to observe our lunch break. And then shall we come back here at 14:35 and continue with a panel on adapted cities for children, the roles of municipalities and towns. Enjoy your food, bon appetit, and please come back here at 14:35. See you soon. Thank you.
in the world. It concerns the friendly cities of the child. It will be, I'm very excited to have more and more details about that, but because it includes a lot of factors, a lot of other dimensions, and we are talking about child rights and how the municipalities, they can also push the child rights and the environment of the child right. And before that, we have a video. I think that Dr. Ayalo, he can give us more details. Over to you, Dr. Ayalo.
All right. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is, as the Honorable Chair indicated, this is one of the teams, so to say, that the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child will be engaging starting from next year. So this is kind of a brainstorming session on matters related to child-friendly cities in Africa. Next year, we're going to have what we call the Mayor's Forum. The Mayor's Forum, the whole idea is to engage municipalities in major cities in Africa, and mainly in the capitals of African countries, and for the municipalities to take into consideration child rights issues as they design cities, establish facilities and infrastructures. So beyond, of course, playgrounds, whatever designs that we have and infrastructures that we put in place, it has to respond to the needs and priorities and demands of African children, which also includes children with disabilities. This has been the case with the committee, but from a different angle. So we have noted that even if we keep engaging our line ministries in this regard, the ministries related responsible for child rights issues, but also human rights issues, they may have the political will, but implementation will remain a challenge if we don't actually engage local governments, including the municipalities. So that's where it's coming from. So today's, unfortunately, we have invited basically two mayors from different countries and two different cities to join us today, but they couldn't make it because they are busy with other engagements. But as this is going to lay the ground for the forums that we will be organizing next year, where we're bringing different mayors from different cities of Africa. We have some experiences in Africa. If you look at countries like Senegal, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, and Gabon, and UNICEF has done a number of activities with regard to child-friendly cities initiatives. There are some good practices in these countries in Africa where they have actually implemented child-friendly cities initiatives. But today, in collaboration with UNICEF, and we sincerely thank UNICEF for putting this video together. In the context of the South-South cooperation, UNICEF has helped us to get some experiences from countries like Brazil on how they're actually understanding and conceptualizing child-friendly cities, and as part of the projects that UNICEF is actually implementing. So we will just play that video, and then we'll hear from our two representatives here, and of course the chair will give them the floor later. So the purpose is just for us to start the discussion, to start brainstorming on this matter, so that we can come up with some more, concrete policies, concrete guidelines to member states to actually guide them to implement what needs to be done when it comes to ensuring child-friendly cities in our countries. That's where it's coming from. So I think we can be able to play the video if the IT colleagues are ready and having it.
Cities have demonstrated incredible commitment to ensuring that all children and adolescents enjoy their lives and reach their full potential. This is the child-friendly.
You may start it from the beginning, Musa.
Over these past decades, UNICEF and partner cities have demonstrated incredible commitment to
You'll have to still go back. Yes.
Over these past decades.
No.
Over these past decades, UNICEF and partner cities have demonstrated incredible commitment to ensuring that all children and adolescents enjoy their lives and reach their full potential. This is the Child-Friendly Cities Initiative. The initiative promotes the realization of child rights at the local level through a unique network of municipal governments, civil society organizations, the private sector, academia, media, and children themselves. Now that we have understood how the Child-Friendly Cities Initiative works and its range, let's see in practice how a city becomes child-friendly with the case of Brazil. In 1988, Brazil passed a new federal constitution. The document included many of the principles from the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was still being drafted and would be finalized the following year, paving the way for its future institutionalization as a Brazilian law. This milestone made it possible to create the ECA, the Statute of the Child and Adolescent, the most advanced legal framework ever established in the country to guarantee the rights of girls and boys. But Brazil is a country of continental dimensions, and progress did not happen equally everywhere. In the Northeast region, a welfare view of childhood still prevailed. Infant mortality rates were alarming, and malnutrition reached critical levels. It was common for families to lose children under the age of 10. Many girls and boys grew up without learning to read, and violence rates against children and adolescents continued to grow. It was in this context that in 1999, UNICEF planted a bold seed, the UNICEF Municipal Seal of Approval. In 2005, the initiative expanded to 8 more states, and it hasn't stopped growing since. In 2009, it reached the Brazilian Amazon region, and in 2025, the initiative mobilized 2,270 municipalities across 18 Brazilian states, all of which joined voluntarily. They were committed to maintaining dedicated local teams to learn from UNICEF how to improve public policies and local programs for girls and boys who needed them most. Among those are indigenous and quilombola populations, precisely the groups that public policies have failed to reach over the past 30 years. That is why promoting ethnic racial equity is at the heart of this current edition of the UNICEF seal.
With 26 years of implementation, the UNICEF seal is our most significant and comprehensive initiative to guarantee the rights of children and adolescents in Brazil. The implementation of the seal strides over a 4-year cycle to coincide with the mandate of a mayor. The methodology is co-created with the federal, state and municipal levels and aims at strategically aligning priorities with proposed activities to address the key challenges affecting children across the country. In the previous edition of the seal, 2021-24, 2023 municipalities enrolled, of which 934 were awarded with a UNICEF seal for their significant impact results on the lives of 8 million children and adolescents. For instance, immunization rates decreased, school dropout fell, formal job opportunities were created for adolescents and youth, and the municipalities certified presented better results than national average. Every edition of the UNICEF seal starts with a formal enrollment by a signature with the municipality. For the current 25-28 edition, 2,266 municipalities have enrolled, representing 40% of Brazilian municipalities. During this new cycle, the municipalities will receive technical support to implement the proposed methodology to implement 6 multi-sectoral results, which we call systemic results. These results aim to strengthen public policies for children and adolescents from federal, state and municipal level through an ethnic, racial and equity approach. Each result is related to one or more national impact indicators, and the municipalities that reach targets and improve the lives of boys and girls will be certified with the 2028 UNICEF seal. Therefore, UNICEF seal works towards sustainable public policies that reduce multidimensional poverty and guarantee and promote all rights for every child and every adolescent.
In each 4-year cycle, which aligns with the municipal administration period, municipalities join the initiative, take part in training sessions, receive technical support and reference materials from the UNICEF team and its partners, develop an action plan, mobilize the local community to participate in decision-making processes, monitor the progress of social indicators, are monitored, and finally are evaluated. In this edition, the initiative is structured around 6 priority areas known as systemic results.
A nossa proposta no resultado sistêmico 1, que aborda saúde e nutrição, é fortalecer a atenção primária em saúde, fazendo com que as políticas...
We have to try and assure that the public politics are done accordingly. And we also look at the health, we also look at professional capital, we also look at the health, for example, how to better the registration. The other situation that is very important, it's in regards to multisectorial, that we know some of them, some of health workers can also take action by themselves and assure that especially the schools and with these results, they have 3 main actions. We have access, and we will carry out our plan with all schools and assure that all children, all adolescents maintain or remain in schools, as well as looking at the result that education can bring about. At this point, with our systematic result, which is how are we going to give back to our communities, and how are we going to help basically to teach, to have youth and adolescents to have a positive transaction for education, or better say, from education to employment. With such implementation, it's very strategic, which helps to assure that adolescents grow healthy and get used to the program. We will support as well as allow them within this very important system. With that, we are hopeful that these programs can actually assist in terms of identification, registered, and implementation. And we also to give value to the municipalities. We have to assure there is a sustainability. Within our state, there is a guarantee that there are rights for every children, and every child has the right to water and a feed scheme. We will do this looking at two dimensions. One is a dimension within the school to assure that the children or the adolescent have water, have food, and the schools are ready to fight against disasters. Most essential is to look at this different strategy against climate change. When and how it happens. Unfortunately, the child poverty is persistent, and it happens mostly in the north. In line with the last edition, there was a systemic result. Gives this actual lesson, and as a result, it contributes to the readiness of the municipalities, because we trust and await for your participation as the secretaries and all the assistance that we require from government, so we can actually have a much stronger team. We have the sixth result, which has as a main result the implementation of two different politics, which is ethnic racial. The same system for promotion, the racial promotion, as well as national politic has. We also take the difference, the racial differences into consideration, because we are sure that children, adolescents and youth, indigenous, regardless of their color, from north to south. In 4 years, the municipality has or will have two forums, first and final. And those were to communicate the big meetings that we have had along the society. And within the same, each person will have to contribute and argue what are basically the process with social indication which help us to work. We have the famous never, and how to implement the never. We have to look at 8 children, and all the adolescents can themselves develop a series of actions about their main challenges. The right of each child and every adolescent, as well as the guarantee of all people, which becomes a responsibility for the society at large.
Is indeed a collective responsibility. And along this journey, the initiative also directly contributes to achieving 11 of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. UNICEF and its partners follow every step, but it is the municipality's responsibility to ensure a coordinated and democratic effort to guarantee the rights of children and adolescents. In practice, this means strengthening public policies that generate systemic results, as well as continuously monitoring and evaluating outcomes. Participation is completely free, and after all these years of experience, we already know that the engagement of municipal teams, especially the mayor or municipal leadership, makes all the difference. The role of the UNICEF seal is to encourage municipalities to optimize human and financial resources, qualify demand, and improve the delivery of public policies for children and adolescents, in dialogue with state and federal governments. The methodology guides and supports municipalities in building a plan aligned with local priorities in a coordinated and intersectorial way, with a focus on tangible results.
Thank you so much, UNICEF, for this video. I think we are learning a lot about the experience of other, coming from other countries and coming from specifically from Brazil, because now when we are listening to all these stakeholders from there, it seems that like we are in Africa. They are talking about climate change, they are talking about some issues concerning health, concerning nutrition, concerning access to all services such as education. So we are also concerned as a committee and as members states here with us in this session about all this issue. I think if we want to be visible and if we want for the child rights to be visible, it's also the time to have this future-oriented approach and systemic approach, beginning with, if you want, you can begin with the municipalities, with these cities, when the cities, the friendly cities of the children, and after that having more collective responsibility and more accessibility to child rights. So now, after this video, we have two lovely children, Sibongile Chita, is a child representative, and we have also Tumisho Komani, sorry, Tumisho Komani. You will give us our view concerning the friendly city, concerning also what you have now, what you have as a representation concerning this new issue, and what do you think about the participation of the municipality to improve your child rights in your daily life? Over of you, Chibongile.
What kind of Africa are we building if children cannot walk to school without fear, play without danger, or dream without limitations? Honorable Chairperson, esteemed members of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, distinguished delegates from across the continent, respected partners, and all champions of children's rights, I greet you in the spirit of unity and purpose. My name is Sibongile Chita, and I sit here as one of the legacy leaders of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund, an organization that believes, like the African Committee of Experts in the rights and welfare of the children, that Africa's children must not merely survive, they must thrive. Quoted ground in the African Charter of Experts in the Rights and Welfare of the Child principles of ensuring children develop to their fullest potential. Today I sit here with gratitude but also with responsibility, because this space represents hope for millions of children who will never get the chance to sit here and speak in rooms like this. And I don't sit here alone. I proudly recognize my fellow legacy leaders, Tumisho, Steno, Nkateko, and Nomasonto, who join me as one voice of safer, stronger, child-centered African cities. A child-friendly city is not defined by tall buildings, modern malls, or busy sites. It is a city where every child gets to grow, play, learn, and dream without any fear. It is a city where streets, homes, schools, and public spaces allow kids to move freely and safely. It is a city that provides clean water, reliable sanitation, quality healthcare, and education to every child without literally discrimination. Yes, without discrimination. Most importantly, it is a city where children's voices are listened to and included in decisions that affect their lives. In a child-friendly city, safety means more than just rules. It means trust, care, and real protection. Just like Article 4 states in the African Charter of the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the best interest of the child must be the primary consideration. In our communities across Africa, many children experience different realities. Streets where a simple walk home feels unsafe, public spaces that don't protect girls, schools are surrounded by threats instead of opportunities, parents forced to set street boundaries not out of control but out of fear. These are not challenges, these are barriers. Barriers to freedom, to learning, to confidence, to childhood itself. When safety is missing, childhood becomes something children navigate, not enjoy. Safety is the foundation of opportunity. When children are safe, they focus on learning instead of surviving. When communities protect their young people, they break cycles of poverty, violence, and fear. When children like us participate in shaping our cities, we become more confident leaders that strengthen our society. If cities are not safe for children, they're literally not safe for any one of us. As African cities, we require leaders that design with children in mind, communities that protect instead of expose, systems that give every child a chance regardless of background, policies that thread children's safety as a priority, not as a side note. Because when a child feels safe, they can imagine. When they can imagine, they can grow. And when they can grow, Africa grows. Imagine an Africa where a child gets to go to school without any fear. Imagine an Africa where neighborhoods are filled with safe parks, libraries, and youth centers. Imagine cities where children's rights are respected and listened to. This is not just a vision, it is a responsibility. And together, we can achieve it. Honorable delegates, a safe and child-friendly city is not a luxury, it is a promise that every African child deserves a life defined not by fear, but by possibility. Let us build cities where children lift their heads with confidence, where childhood is honored, and where every child in every corner of Africa is free to dream boldly. At this moment, it is my honor to hand over to my colleague, Dunisho, who will take us further in our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sbongile. Greetings to everyone. My name is Tumisho, representing NMCF, Nelson Mandela Children Fund. I'm grateful to speak at the African Charter. I care about the rights and well-being of children in Africa. I'm here to share my ideas and help and make positive change for all children. Thank you for this opportunity. Today I'm going to talk about what affects our everyday lives in Africa. We are stuck in constant cycle of being exposed of drugs. Adults don't seem to care about example they setting of us. They smoke and drink right in front of us like it's not a big deal. Like it's not a big deal. Now the crisis has spread to teenagers too. Some smoke before school, show up to school with a little bit of highness and tipsy, and keep it going after school, basically advertising it to younger kids. They act like it's cool, but it's not. All it does, it creates peer pressure and makes problem worse. Some of us are still dealing with crisis of load shedding and outage, and it affects our academics in a big way. We can't always do the research we need for school because the network goes down. Our assignment piled up while the lights stay off. Article 11 of the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the of the children's state, that every child has the right to education. But in reality, that right feels like more like fight for survival. The fortunate kids, those with generators, Wi-Fi, that never cut out, or parents who can afford extra resources, get their work done while the rest of us left behind. Struggle in the dark, it's not just textbook or homeworks, it's about dignity. It's about whether we as teenagers are given the fair chance to learn, to dream, and to build our future. When education becomes a privilege instead of a right, it divides us into two worlds. Those who keep us up, and those who are forced and fell behind. And falling behind doesn't mean just bad grade. It means broken confidence, lost opportunities, and future that feels stolen before it's even bright. Overcrowding in schools lead to more and more dropouts, which in turn increases substance abuse and crime. This influences younger generation by painting the picture that is the right to survive in future. And this is an actual crisis that we faced in Hammanskraal. Along with the issue of safe drinking and cooking water. We live in communities that we struggle with constant noise, violence, and overcrowding. Many of us stay in formal settlements where shacks are built so close together and we barely have privacy and peace of mind. If one shack were to catch fire, it almost guaranteed that the rest of the shacks will catch fire, putting everyone nearby in danger. In these some areas, we don't have proper roads for cars to drive on. The land is slowly floating, and the road. Oh, sorry. And the center of kids to spend time, which leave us. Oh no. Okay, yeah. Which leave us with few positive spaces to keep busy and out of trouble. Article 12 of the Charter on Rights and Welfare of Child state that children have the right of leisure, recreation, and cultural activities. Yet, we looked around, it feels like those words. We were written for other world, not us. On a paper, the right exists, but in reality, it ignores for us. Recreation isn't about soccer field or playgrounds. It's about finding any corner of safety where we can breathe, laugh, and just be kids without chaos pressing in. When the right is denied, it's not only our playtime that's stolen. It's our childhood, our joy, and our chance to grow up whole. And all of those occurs in Nyortize Township at Alexandra. We are living through the struggle of water shading, and every NMCF leader has confirmed that this crisis is not foreign to them. for us teenagers, it is personal. It is personal and daily. If we don't have water to cook, to clean, or even wash our school uniform, how are we supposed to feel confident representing ourselves? Walking around in dirty uniform just make us look unclean. It paints a picture of neglect and strips away our dignity. This reality mostly visible in Hammanskraal, where families and young people are forced to chase after water trucks and every day, just to meet basic needs. Imagine the exertion of fighting for something as simple as bucket of water when water should be right, we should be right, not privileged. Parents are being shot dead on the streets of Johannesburg. And it raises the question of how did those even get possession of a firearm in the first place? The children of those parents are left traumatized, carrying the pain of losing our loved ones to criminal activities. Health survivors also play a part in crisis. For an ambulance feels like it takes forever, even though we live near places where they park. In areas in high crimes, we expect ambulances and healthcare staff to be full alert all the time. Instead, we end up asking neighbors for lift to take us to the nearest hospital whenever waiting endless while our loved ones' lives are online with no help inside. We are expected to bright and peacefully future, yet we are faced with so many traumatic experiences and challenges. The truth is, the future begins today. But how can tomorrow shine if present already breaking apart? Are we the children of tomorrow, supposed to build from the ashes that are thrown at us? Are we expected to reignite the flame and hope when all we see around us is distractions and struggle? If you are to be the future, then the present gave us the chance to grow, to heal, and to dream. Without that, we are forced to carry burden then no child should ever have to bear. A call to action. We deserve respect, safe spaces. Parks should be places where we can chill, play ball, study, and just breathe without stress. That's why communities clean up project, renovating, painting, planting and keeping things fresh. No matter how ever neighborhoods are struggling and infrastructure is broken. Those spaces those spaces give us hope. They were kids and teens can grow up safely, peacefully, with pride. We reject risky behavior in our spaces. Substance abuse, whether is it smoking weed or drinking alcohol in public, doesn't belong where children and teenagers gather. We can call for strict rules to be enforced so no one feels free to break them. In return, we commit to protecting our communities by making sure younger kids exposed dangerous habits or negative influence the way many of us already have been. To fix and maintain infrastructures, repairing traffic lights, installing proper street lights, and cleaning up public spaces can go along reducing crime and making our environment feel safer and more respected, especially for children. But when I say this, I don't mean we should sit back and wait for municipality to do everything for us. The municipality isn't here to work for us, it's here to work with us. And that includes children too. Just as Article 7 states in the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the Children, children have the right to express their view, and Article 8 ensures the freedom and association. That means we must be included in shaping solutions to these problems. We need to be part for the change. We need to see, starting with our streets, school, and neighborhoods, because we are taking ownership. We build a community that protects empowerment in young people. The agent needs speed limits near school. Stating and enforcing speed limits around school is not just a traffic issue. It's a matter of protecting our lives. In many cities like mine, children walk to and from school every day, even crossing busy roads with no traffic lights, no crossing lines, and no adult supervision. Without proper speed regulation, roads become dangerous zone where accidents can happen and at any second. Introducing speed limits in school zone, especially during the peak hour, they clearly reduce the risk of injury or death. But it's not just about signs on pole. This limit must be clear marked, regularly maintained, and strictly enforced. Speed dump, warning signs, and visible road marking can help drivers slow down and stay alert. More importantly, this sends a message that children's safety matters, that our lives, our worth protecting, that our city value its youngest resist enough to create an environment where they can walk, run, and learn without fear. It truly child-friendly city. No child should have to risk their life just to get to school. Reducing trust, stronger law enforcement, accountability. In a child-friendly city, law enforcement should be source of safety, not fear. But many of our communities, police seems distant, aggressive, or even part of problems. Police, they even take bribes. To change this, we need to shift how policing works at the ground level. Police offers the train work with communities, not against them. That must listen to resist, especially young people, and understanding the reality we face every day. It means showing up not just when there's a crisis, but as a part of the community building trust over time. Accountability almost means responding quickly and fairly when someone goes wrong. If a child he's harassed. If a woman is mugged or a building taking over, children taken over by criminals, we need to know that laws enforcers act, not ignore us. When police protect instead intimidate, when they serve instead of control, our communities became safer, strong, and more united. That's the kind of law enforcement and child-friendly city needs. Our voice and lives matters. We are the future as shape the future. Respect us, protect us, and include us. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Micho and Sibogili for sharing your views concerning the friendly cities, this perspective and this innovative view coming from this, how we can represent the child right, and also we are also always talking how we can push as a committee the member states to implement the principles of child right and the charter. I think that here we get this new way through this friendly cities, and we have your representation. Thank you to bring your ongoing concern concerning the drugs, concerning the health, concerning the education, concerning also what you raise, justice in having water. It's very important to talk about that, your best interest. And I think this brainstorming, maybe we can have more and more representation around that, and we can reflect other issues on this team. So now I think we can continue on this brainstorming with the members of the committee and the states also, the representative of states. So we have 10 minutes. The floor is yours. Yes, Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I thought I was not going to contribute because I heard the word cities and I come from the village. But my daughter and my son have allayed my fears, and they have actually told me that also I'm included from the village. Excellencies and honorable members, we have seen so many realities today. We have a lot to take in, but I want to talk to a few things that I have observed as a parliamentarian in Lesotho when we are doing our oversight, as well as what we encounter in our daily lives in the villages. There's a word, or maybe a few words that both the children representatives have said. Like, it sounds more like a fight for survival other than the right. And this is a reality for most of our children in Africa. In the village where I come from, there's a tragedy that happened 2 weeks ago. And I'm going to associate it with the living conditions, because the speakers today have said a lot about the living conditions that are not favorable for children. So here is a family that just welcomed a girl child. And when they were supposed to be happy, it was all disappointment and sadness because the child was born with some malformations physically. And there was no operation that was done because of their beliefs and all that. Fast forward, the child comes home with the parent, and we are working on social grants and everything together with them, trying to tell them the importance of going for medical procedures to help the child survive. And 2 months later, I hear a horrifying call as a member of parliament for that constituency that the mother has killed that child with a hammer together with the elder child that was about 6 years old. That one was a normal child, no malformations whatsoever, no disability. So both children were killed by their mother, and the mother went to the police. And I'm sitting here and thinking and analyzing, because I had never seen their living conditions until I went to see the child. And they were living somewhere outside the village in a shack, not so good living conditions for a child of that condition. And I'm thinking, we have left all this responsibility on the shoulders of this young woman to look at this child every day and, just live with it. Because outside there's not a lot of villagers that come pass by. She's alone most of the time looking at this child. I think she just snapped. So this says a lot about the reality of the daily lives of children and women, men in our societies. So we are just, hanging between mental illness and mental health. It's just a matter of a continuum. You can cross it any second. This woman crossed it and snapped. And we have lost 2 valuable lives. And I think we have also lost hers as well, because I don't think she's going to lead a normal life after this one. The second concern that I have is the sale of drugs in schools. We have been made aware as parliamentarians, especially the social cluster here that's playing oversight on the Ministry of Education, that there are some adults who are so irresponsible that they think our future should end with them. They make cookies, and in such cookies, they put drugs. Some of the kids do consume these things unknowingly. And you find most of these children, I think we're supposed to do something about it, not to just suspend them and think maybe parents should deal with it. It's the future of our kids, it's the future of our country and the future of this continent that we should not let go. So there's a lot that we should do in schools. The schooling conditions in our country, we still have kids that, attend schools where there's literally no single classroom. They learn under the trees. We were in Khotlong, in the northern part of the country, and Tabatseka as well, for the past week. And the realities that we saw there, it's very difficult to digest. We got reports that a lot of our students from different schools did not sit for exams. You know why? Because we have a lot of rain and the rivers are full. They have to cross rivers and they cannot. And they won't until maybe February, because when our rivers are overflowing and there are no bridges, then it's going to be a problem for these kids. So this is our reality as a country, and I think for some other countries as well, where we still have a challenge of infrastructure, bridges, roads to cross. Because, under some circumstances, you find that you cannot make another school because it will probably be for one village. And you just cannot afford. They still have to attend on the other side of the river. And lastly, the housing conditions. Dumisho here alluded to the problem of being cluttered, no privacy, and peace of mind, as he said. And it's still the same in our country, because we live in huts in the villages, and you find that the whole family lives in one hut. And 6 children, and the mother and the father. Sometimes also the aunt might be there, or the uncle. And you sit there and wonder, how do these people live? It's a reality that we have to face every day. But where there is a will, there is a way. And as long as the government is willing and the parliament is playing an oversight role properly, we are going to change this world with you, our children, because you said nothing for you without you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your frankness coming from your heart. Thank you so much. So the floor is for Algeria. We don't have time, so you can get 1 or 2 minutes. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't have a lot of time, but I will share with you some of the good experience which we had about the spaces where the children live. First of all, they have to have the contact points who are supervised about the communication when we want intervention. We have to alert all the institutions so as to help the children. And also one of the good experience also through the agreement with the governors of different regions who can protect the right of the kids, the children on the street, and also to have a free call number of, so they can contact in anything. We also live. Also, we have to open spaces for kids, the public parks, and we have to have also security in the streets. Different institutions, security institutions, they have to protect the children of the dangers in the streets. And what I want to conclude that we have the metro experience through it. We have a certain area metro, if this spaces with regard to the rights of the children. With the UNICEF, we have that project so as to have such kind of videos so as to raise awareness of the kids about the different things. And also to have also some warning signs in the different cars and buses about the rights of the children, and to have different advertisements so as to alert the public about the rights of the kids, of the children, so as to raise awareness about the rights of the kids, either in the metro or buses. We have about 15,000 people. They use this metro. So when we have such advertisement about the rights of the children, so it will raise awareness. This is very important. And also you have to use the broadcasting, especially certain programs for the children, some programs for the kids, like our kids, to explain to them all the things about the rights. This is one of the good examples I can mention. Thank you.
So much. I think we can thank the 2 children here with us for reflecting their view concerning the friendly cities. So ممكن 30 ثانية من فضلك، إنه عندنا برنامج علينا أننا نحترم البرنامج. تفضل سيدي، تفضل.
فقط استمعت إلى مداخلة الفتاة
وكانت حالمة جدا. قلت هذه صورة حالمة، لكن عندما تحدث الشاب وتحدث عن مشاكل العنف والمخدرات والتدخين اكتملت لدي صورة. إذن كانت مداخلاته متكاملة، لكن هنالك
because there is a different things. There is a number of things about regard the social media. Social media we have to live with, and we shouldn't accept all these things, and we have to be frank about these problems and to deal with them frankly. Thank you.
Environment, and also the virtual environment and the numeric environment, we will reflect that. So now I will have, I think, a health break and with the poem. Yes, a health break with just with the poem. We will be here in the same room. So yes, you have the floor, Dr. Ayalo. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Alwel Moinomwar. I'm from South Sudan, and I am 11 years. The question was, how do you like a child-friendly city to be? First, a child-friendly city is a city where war does not happen. Actually, we Africans, we are having leaders that are very strong in creating war, but very weak in bringing peace. The leaders create the war and they don't know who to fight. The leaders create a war and they don't know who to suffer. The soldiers or the people doesn't hate themselves, but are doing the interests of the man in the black coat. In the process of war, the children are the one to suffer. What I want to say, it is to the people, stop joining government wars. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have the first speaker or one of the speakers for our next forum, MERS forum. So the floor is for you, Dr. Ayalo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I think we may need to release them. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause for the. Yes. Thanks so much. We'll take a picture later. Yeah. So thank you, honourable member of the Parliament, for some of the terminologies that we might have to also look at. Child-friendly cities and villages in Africa. I mean, this is also one of the things. But I think as we develop the concept note, we will definitely unpack what does that mean when we refer to cities. So as the committee implements this project, the word cities is very much inclusive. And we will definitely come up with these explanations, and it's not going to really exclude the areas that you have mentioned. Thank you very much, Excellencies, delegates. We have one special program which starts exactly at 4 o'clock. We will be playing a video of a very honorable guest that we have, who is going to deliver a remark on the 35th anniversary of the African Children's Charter directed to all African citizens. We have 6 minutes as we receive our guests to the podium here. I would like to invite Rory Sang from Lesotho, as we are having our guests here. Hi, Rory Sang. Welcome. So Rory Sang has a poem for us to read. You can actually read from the podium, or yes, you're tall enough. Yeah, she's tall. So You may read from there as we start the video message from our guest of honor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Gorisanga Kauta. I'm here to do a short poem titled Children's Rights. Ngwe mewe jo ki thuswa ke mang seboko sa utlwahala Africa seboko sa bana ba hlekefetswang ba tlatlaptswang ditokelo tsa bona bontsheme ba fetolwa ba phidisi ba malapa bo mmasoretsana ke bo mmedi le modidi tlase. The African Union heard the cry, our mother, you dear lovely African Union. You lamented, weeping for your children, like Rachel in the whole book. You travailed unstoppably. You stood your ground to bring the entire globe to awareness of Africa child plight. Oh dear African Union, you refused to tolerate the abuse of children. You went down to your knees, a black woman, ended up grasping the knife by the blade. The one which struck your hand, the hand trembled. Yet you could not let go. The Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Child was born. The year was 2001. Kajeno, Africa is sitsitswe ka mosadi, Mabane. Today, Africa is blessed to have Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Child. Children's rights are recognized. Helang Basotho, ke se ke le teng, Africa ka moka. Ka melao e sireletsang bana. Children are the treasure of Africa. Let us respect the dignity of rights of children, children of Africa. Let us all unite and celebrate together the victories won for our liberation. Let us dedicate ourselves to rights together for lasting peace and justice on the earth. O sons and daughters of Africa, flesh of the sky and flesh of the sun, let us make Africa the key of life to defend our liberty and unity. Thank you.
Honorable representatives of member states, Excellency Ambassador, Honorable Chairperson of the committee, Honorable former Chairperson of the committee, Honorable Wilson Dow. As we have indicated, exactly at 4 o'clock, we have a special message that we would like to display here. And I'll give the floor to the chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child to announce the item that we're going to have now and the special guest that we're going to hear from. You have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Ayalo. So, on the behalf of myself and the members of the committee, I can announce that we will have on this video the speech of the chairperson of African Union, His Excellency John Manuel Gonzalez Lorenzo, sorry. So, and we have with us also Honorable Winson and Honorable Ambassador Excellency New Suta. Yes, sorry. Yeah, so after this video, you can have the floor after that. So, is it possible to have the video? Yes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Honorable Wilson. This speech coming from the chairperson is also specifically for this celebration of 35th anniversary of the Charter. Thank you.
Cidadãos e cidadãs da
Citizens of Africa, it is with utmost honor and a deep sense of responsibility as a chairperson of the African Union, I am addressing you all on the occasion of the 35th anniversary of the African Charter one of the most noble instruments of the architecture of human rights in our continent. 35 years ago, African leaders acknowledged the urgency of protecting our children and decided to join their voices around a united and collective vision of their fundamental rights. That collective vision would then be materialized through the adoption of a charter, an historic milestone that reaffirmed the continent's enduring commitment to the rights and welfare of an African child. Today, 3.5 decades ago, the progress made stands as a statement of strength. 51 of the 55 member states of the African Union have ratified the Charter, an unequivocal sign that protection of our children remains a central priority within our national continental agendas. We will continue with determination to urge full accession to those states that have not yet done so, so that this instrument may attain universality in our union. The Charter remains deeply rooted in the African values and traditions. It reaffirms the fundamental role of the family and the community in children education and protection, and addresses specific challenges affecting children of our continent. Africa is today home to the youngest population on the planet. In 2021, our continent was home to approximately 650 million children, and in 2023, nearly 40% of the African population was less than 15 years of age. Projections indicate that by the year 2055, Africa will have around 1 billion children, a extraordinary proportion of the world's youth. This reality surpasses the mere demographic significance. It constitutes a transformative force that will define the destiny of our continent. The way we act now will determine the future that our children will inherit. Above all, the future they will be called to lead. In the light of this dynamic, it is imperative that we invest firmly in strategically and consistent education so that children will be ready to face rapid changes, which is also having technological transformations. We have the moral and political duty to guarantee a quality education, to strengthen digital and scientific literacy, encourage critical thinking, values creativity, and promote lifelong learning. Education that prepares our children to develop relevant skills, access decent employments, and contribute as key players to the sustainable development of the continent. It is through this strategic commitment that the key lies to transform the potential of African youth into the decisive force of progress, stability, and shared prosperity. The Agenda 2063 reminds us that the Africa we seek is one centered on its people, and this project inescapably begins with our children. The 7 aspirations it embodies: shared prosperity, continental integration, democratic governance, peace and security, strong cultural identity, people-centered development, and continental unity will only be attainable when children are at the heart of governance processes. The continent has made significant progress in the domestication of the Charter, translating its principles into national laws, policies, and practices. We have witnessed advances in the prohibition of child marriage, expansion of access to education, strengthening the inclusion of marginalized children, and increase the investment in health, social protection, and crisis response. The commitment with implementation of the Charter
is reinforced by the growing number of states that submit regular reports and cooperate regularly with African Committee of Experts. And in this regard, the Republic of Angola instituted in 2011 the 11 commitments of the Charter, which have to do, which both are the primary reference for the protection of the rights of the child. However, there are profound challenges which remain, such as those related to harmful practices that continue to gravely impact childhood on our continent. Child marriage, female genital mutilation, and other violations persist in compromising the lives, health, and dignity of countless girls, which require structured and coordinated responses grounded in cooperation among states and regional institutions. At the same time, I'm deeply concerned by the situation of children involved in or affected by armed conflicts. In various regions, millions of minors continue to be deprived of their fundamental rights, and the recruitment and use of these children by armed groups remains among most serious violations of human rights, children's rights, international humanitarian law. For this reason, I consider fundamental that all member states, in close cooperation with Special Rapporteur on Children Affected by Armed Conflicts, with the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, as well as with African Platform on Children Affected by Armed Conflicts, should reinforce their commitment to the effective implementation of this vital instrument. Only in this way we shall be able to translate political commitments into robust and sustainable investments capable of affecting real lasting change in the lives of our children, fully honoring the compromises made 35 years ago and reaffirming clearly and unequivocally that the protection of the child remains a central pillar of African governance. And in my capacity as chairperson of the African Union, I call upon all member states to renew with firmness their commitment to the full implementation of the African Charter on the rights of welfare of the child by upholding the duties and responsibilities it enshrines. The future of our nations depends on our collective ability to protect, educate, and empower this generation. Let's unite, join hands to build the Africa we want, a continent of peace, opportunity, and dignity, and Africa truly prepared for its children, who are and will remain the greatest wealth and hope of our continent.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we since...
Muito obrigado, senhoras e senhores. Nós agradecemos o presidente da Angola e o atual presidente da União Africana pelo seu discurso e comentários, e a mensagem é que ele passa a mensagem para todas as partes interessadas e todos os membros da União Africana. É uma honra e um prazer para nós, como o Comitê para o Direito e o Bem-Estar da Criança, e a Sua Excelência levou o seu tempo, portanto, permitiu-nos o seu tempo para fazer entrega desse discurso rico e compreensivo para todos os cidadãos africanos. É a melhor coisa para fazer para a criança africana. Sua Excelência, antes de passar a palavra para os oradores aqui, uma apreciação da plateia, um reconhecimento com ovação.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado.
Streamed in televisions in Angola as well, and the office of the president and some officials are also online following the ceremony that we're having. We sincerely appreciate for the time that they have afforded us. At this junction, I would like to give the floor to the chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child for her words of appreciation.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, the President of Angola, Your Excellency, the Chairperson of African Union, John Manuel González Lorenzo. Buona tarde. Bon après-midi. On behalf of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and in my capacity as its chair, it's an honor and profound pleasure to extend our warmest welcome to you at this symposium. We deeply appreciate your continued support to our committee, support that resonates across the continent and the member states, and it's felt by all African children, specifically as we celebrate the 35th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child under the 2040 Agenda. Your leadership strengthens the collective commitment of our Union to safeguarding children's rights, promoting their well-being, and ensuring that no child will be left behind. We also warmly thank you for your willingness to sustain and reinforce the work of our committee, the only dedicated organ of the African Union mandated to protect and monitor the rights and welfare of the children in Africa. Your support is not only an institutional gesture, it's an investment to the future of our continent. We look forward to deepening this engagement, confident that together we can create an Africa where every child grows up in dignity, safety, and peace. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Honorable Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. I now give the floor to Honorable Wilson Adao, who was also in his capacity as the Chairperson of the African Committee of Experts at the time that we were processing this. He has played an instrumental role. So he's here to pass his words of appreciation to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Angola. You have the floor, sir.
Excellence, the President of Republic of Angola and the actual President of African Union, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço. Excellent ministers for the Republic of Angola and all executive present in this meeting. Dignitaries from different organs or African Union organs and international organization and all here present. Dear African children, good afternoon. As the former president for the experts for rights and welfare of the children, I would like to greet Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Angola and the President of the African Union, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, with your initiative, your historical initiative in allowing a time for the presentation and discussion that you have undertaken on behalf of the children. In the same gesture and the humanity and empathy, and above all, the presence and the right of the children, Mr. President, it shows not only your effort to respect the human rights as well as the rights for children, but above all, it's a reflection of a personal quality that the Mr. President has, as well as the President of African Union, with empathy in order to deal with the children-led situation, in order for children to have, or Africa has the best future for the children. Mr. President, Your Excellency, the committee recognize your effort and for the participation within our continent as a champion, a peace champion, and a champion of peace and reconciliation on the continent. You are the person with such capacity who always ready to present positivity and be part of the fight against the conflicts within our continent, whose victim are children which are affected by the wars and the other children that are victims of such wars and tragedy in our continent. You have shown that would like to secure peace as well as lead our African Union during this time to assure that we have the Africa, prosperous Africa that we all dream of. To conclude, I would like to salute Mr. President for being a champion for the children team this year, which is part of the budget for children. We also had from Your Excellency that you will be one of the champions for African leaders to defend before the heads of state summit in order to assure that the children have a certain budget allocated to. This is your responsibility, and you have just shown that you are a leader and you would like to have a constructive leadership within our continent. We would also like to assure that we recognize kindly your effort for the children investment in order for us to have to face the world that is empowered by digital effort, to assure that all states prepare the children for the present, future, in order to answer the question asked in the 21st century. This is a vision that shows African leaders and the entire leadership that in future the children are facing. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, we thank you for your effort to be part of this summit. I thank you.
Honorable Wilson Adao, for your remarks. On behalf of our host country here, I would like to give the floor to Ambassador Sekete. She the Kingdom of Lesotho's ambassador to the Federal Republic of Ethiopia and permanent representative to the African Union in Addis Ababa. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Yes, may I please pay my respects to His Majesty King Letsie III, Head of State of the Kingdom of Lesotho, and recognize and respect His Excellency President João Lorenzo, President of the Republic of Angola and Chair of the African Union, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon once again. On behalf of the Kingdom of Lesotho, the host of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and all member states gathered here today, allow me to express our profound appreciation to His Excellency João Manuel Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola and Chair of the African Union, for his moving and inspiring message of solidarity on the occasion of the 35th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Your Excellency's message has reminded us that the protection, dignity, and empowerment of Africa's children are not merely legal obligations. They are moral imperatives foundational to our peace, humanitarian action, and development aspirations as a continent. As we mark this milestone during this 46th ordinary session of the ACERWC, hosted in the capital Maseru, we are deeply honored by the leadership of Your Excellency, the leadership that His Excellency continues to demonstrate both as President of Angola and as Chair of our Union in championing the rights and welfare of Africa's youngest citizens. Your solidarity strengthens our resolve to advance the vision of an Africa where no child is left behind, especially those in crisis settings and humanitarian emergencies. We also extend our gratitude to all member states, partners, humanitarian and non-state actors who paused their work today, from Eswatini to Maseru, from Addis Ababa to Luanda, to join this moment of continental reflection and recommitment. For those of us gathered here at the symposium, your message, Excellency, reinforces a truth we carry into all our deliberations, that the heart of humanitarian action is the child, whether living with disability, displaced by conflict, affected by disaster, or striving to learn and grow against all odds. Lesotho remains deeply committed to supporting the implementation of the Charter and to strengthening collaboration across the triple nexus, humanitarian, development, and peace, so that Africa's children receive the protection, opportunity, and hope they deserve. Your Excellency, please accept our heartfelt appreciation and assurances of our highest esteem. Your leadership continues to inspire our continent, and as we advance together towards the Africa we want, I thank you. Muito obrigado.
I'm made to be aware that His Excellency Ambassador Miguel Bembe is also online. I'm not sure if my sincere apologies, Your Excellency Ambassador Bembe, for ambushing you. But if you can, he's not. Okay, he's not available. So, but we would like to really sincerely thank him as the ambassador in Addis Ababa and the permanent representative to the African Union. He played an instrumental role in passing this message to the office of the president. So we would like to thank him on behalf of the African Committee of Experts and its secretariat for his really unwavering support and for him to make time to join us here together with Ambassador Willie and Ambassador Sekete. These are ambassadors with a lot of portfolios. They have a lot of activities to attend to, but they give this team and issue the attention that it deserves. So we sincerely appreciate. We're trying to push and advocate for child rights and its protection at the highest political level on the continent. This is just a beginning. We work together to make sure that our leaders, ambassadors, presidents, prime ministers, actually take this matter as one of their priority areas in their engagements and programs and interventions. And of course, we are getting the political will and the willingness and readiness and availabilities from our leaders. Thank you so much. We sincerely appreciate. One final round of applause for all what has happened, and then we proceed to the next stage. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. We are discussing with the chair, with the permission of the interpreters, and if it is also okay with all of us. We have one item remaining, so in the interest of managing the time, and if the interpreters can allow us, we can just proceed with that final item of the day, and then we finish it and we call it a day as we go out. Yes, perfect. Yes, I got that sharp. Thumbs up. All right. Then, Honorable Chair, we will proceed with the next item of the agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Ayello. So we can proceed with this panel on the intergenerational dialogue on shaping the future, recommitment to child rights in Shenzhen, Africa. So I call Mrs. or Miss Cicelo Charlton, child representative from South Africa. Ooh. Okay. Also Malawa. From CSO Forum representative Montosho, and Polo from General Director of the National Children's Institute of the Republic of Angola. Are all of, yeah, they are there. And Buitemelo, please. Okay. The child representative of Lesotho. Thank you, sorry. The representative of UNICEF, our sister Leila Ged. Yeah. You are the moderator? Yeah, okay. So you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to welcome you all to this intergenerational dialogue of shaping the future, recommitting to child rights and changing Africa, where youth voices, leadership, and rights take center stage. Sitting in front of you all Sitting in front of you all today is Stella Shaltemaposa, a proud member, leader, and representative of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. I am proud to sit in front of you all here to moderate along Boitumelo, who will be co-moderating the session with me. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're not here to discuss challenges. We are here to shape solutions and build a future where children and young people are respected, protected, and empowered. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to acknowledge the following speakers. Representing the South African Committee of Experts on the rights and welfare of the child, Honorable Sabrina Gaha. From UNICEF, Dr. Laila Omargad. Representing the Republic of Congo, Mr. Paulo Kalesi. Representing Save the Child, Mr. Muila Malama. And from the CSO Forum, Dr. Kagiso Moncho. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our distinguished speakers. This dialogue isn't another session after the symposium. It's a bridge between generations, between the lessons we've already learned and the future we have to shape together. For 35 years, the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child has been our compass. It has reminded us of something simple but yet powerful, that every child deserves protection, participation, and opportunities. But here's the truth. Rights don't live on documents. They live in people. They live in the way a child feels safe walking to school, in the way teenagers are heard when they speak, and in the way communities open doors instead of close them. Today we're not just recommitting these words. Today, we're not just recommitting to words written on paper. We're recommitting to action, to making sure these rules are lived in reality, in our streets, in our cities, in our homes, and in our dreams. This is our chance to say, the Charter at 35 is not history. It's a challenge to us, the young people of Africa, to step forward and demand that our voices shape the next years to come. Here's what we're aiming for today. We'll look at the progress we've made, face the challenges that still hold us back, and to learn from the lessons of the past, so we can shape a future where every child in Africa feels seen, heard, and safe. This isn't just a conversation for adults' insights. It's for us, the teenagers, the youth, the ones living the reality of unsafe parks, overcrowded schools, or communities where child's voices are ignored. Our experiences matter, and our ideas can change things. Here's how it's going to work. We'll start with a Q&A. Each of our speakers will be given 5 minutes to respond to a guiding question. After that, we will open it up for a plenary discussion. That's where everyone gets to jump in, share, challenge, and build together. Friends, the Charter at 35 is not just history. It's a challenge to us, a challenge to make sure that the next 35 years look different. A challenge that makes Africa a place where children's rights aren't debated, they are lived. So let's talk, let's listen, and let's dream big together, because the future of child rights in in Africa isn't just in the hands of leaders, it's in ours too. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand over the session to Boitumelo. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow children, and esteemed representatives. My name is Boitumelo Matlosa. I am 15 years old and I come from Lesotho. I am honored to be your child moderator for today's session for the intergenerational dialogue on shaping the future, recommitting to child's rights in a changing Africa. Please allow me to invite the honorable speakers to introduce themselves and to respond to the following question as they introduce themselves. What do you think children of today have or enjoy that you or your generation did not have growing up? Starting with Honorable Sabrina.
Thank you, moderator Boitumelo. Thank you so much. I try to keep my time on 5 minutes. So when we talk about implementation gaps after 35 years on the Charter, the commitment experience shows that the biggest challenges are not about a lack of laws or policies. Most countries have adopted frameworks that, on paper, protect children very well. The real gaps emerge when we look at whatever those commitments are consistently applied in practice. One major gap is coordination. Many countries have child focuses institutions, but they often work in silos. Social workers, education officers, justice actors, health workers, and local authorities may all be dealing with the same child, yet without a shared system for follow-up. This means children fall through the cracks not because no one cares, but because the system isn't connected enough to respond as one. A second gap we continue to see is capacity at local level. Even where policies exist, that's what we are saying these 2 days. Districts and community level services often don't have the tools, staffing, or training they need. Implementation happens on the ground, and its frontline services on overstretched or under resources. Even the best national strategy can't reach a child in real need. This is especially clear in rural areas, informal settlement, and places affected by conflict or displacement. A third gap is what I call uneven prioritizations. Children's issues tend to rise and fall depending on political cycles, emergencies, or leadership changes. When crises occur, whether economic shocks, climate events, or conflicts, children's services are often the first to lose momentum. So we see strong initiatives launched, then weakened or abandoned because they were never firmly embedded in the core of government planning. We also can't ignore data and accountability gaps. Many countries simply don't have reliable information about the scale of violations, the number of children needed support, or the results of existing programs. Without quality data, governments can't plan well, can't budget well, and can't monitor whether their efforts are actually improving children's life. Why the gaps persist? They persist because implementing the Charter in full takes steady, everyday work, not just good policy on paper. Many countries start well, but sustaining that effort year after year is difficult. It requires strong institutions, enough trained personnel on the ground, reliable budgets, and systems that continue working even when leadership changes. In many places, those basic foundations are still growing. Those responsible for children are committed, but they often don't have the influence, resources, or consistency they need to drive change across all sectors. so that the gap remains not because states don't value children's rights, but because building and maintaining the machinery that makes those rights real is still a long, uneven process. Thank you for your attention, moderator, and all the assistants.
Moving on to Dr. Leila. What do you think children of today have or enjoy that you or your generation did not have growing up?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cicelo and Boitimelo. I will start off by saying how at comfort you are in dealing with digital technologies. This is, I think, something that is a huge difference between the way I grew up and the way that I see you and your generation growing up. The way you are able to access information easily, the way that you are able to make connections across the world and across different cultures is something that is definitely an opportunity that we never had. In my time, we used to write letters to pen pals. For those of you who remember this kind of communication, and we had to wait at least 2 weeks to get a response. So this is a great opportunity. But it's also one of the areas where the young generation of today faces many challenges, because we know how easy it is to entrap young boys and girls through the use of social media. And therefore, they need to be able to protect young girls and boys from the negative sides of social media is something that we didn't have to deal with, but that you also have to deal with. I think one of the other important issues that I would like to bring forward is that the issues of mental and mental health. There are so many pressures on the young generation of today, and seeking the adequate support is a priority. In our generation, of course, we also had a lot of pressures and psychological stressors. But I think that the difference that I note is the sense of isolation of the young generation of today, and the need and the silent endurance that many of them go through because of the mental health. I will go to the point that was raised by the young lady from South Sudan who spoke about conflict. And I think that this is definitely one of the areas where young people of today have to live with, resist, and live through, and bear the burdens of, that many more people, many children of today go through that than people of my generation. So these are just a few thoughts, and thank you for the excellent question, Boitimelo. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Paolo Calesi. What do you think children of today have or enjoy that you or your generation did not have growing up?
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for your question. One of the fundamental things that the children of today have, my generation didn't, is in regards to the the right for children's participation. In my culture, before then, where the adults are, a child had no right to speak. So we grew up basically where adults decide for everything, and the child has to comply. If the child doesn't, he's called ill-disciplined. Beside that, looking at Charter and this convention, the child has a right to participate in all matters. And this is a clear example that, that we are all adults, bald-headed and with a beard, but we are listening to you. And in my time, you wouldn't think of that. So this is a huge difference between both times, mine and your generation. Today, we were forced actually to listen to adults in my era, in my generation. Today, we listen to you. I thank you.
Muila Malama. Mr. Oh, sorry. We have Mr. Muila Malama.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, so my name is Malama Muila, and I'm the Senior Child Rights Advocacy and Campaigns Advisor at Save the Children. Yeah, it's a very tough question because I think compared to the previous speakers, I'm sort of in the bridge in terms of generations. So I've had an opportunity to experience, for example, when I was growing up, the first sort of high-tech device I ever used was a typewriter. So I'm in terms of context, I am one of the BBCs, but I was one of those BBCs born before computers who transitioned quickly because soon after we were in the computer age, and I can also use TikTok. So I'm in that regard somebody who's transitioning in between generations. And even saying that, I think that there have been fundamental changes, at least in terms of how children experience rights now compared to, let's say, 15 or 20 years ago when I was in the category of being a child. But there are still a lot of things that need to be done to ensure that we reach a point where the Charter's aspirations get to be met. And I think that one of the fundamental things that needs to be done would be we need to operationalize the Charter's commitments in national laws and policies. I've been very pleased to note, for example, when it comes to the context of climate change, for example, that some African governments have started making the right steps towards addressing the nexus of climate and children's rights. So for example, countries like Kenya, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Rwanda have recently committed to dealing with some of the specific issues that affect children in their nationally determined contribution plans. These are basically government plans on how they address the issues of mitigation and adaptation on climate. So one of the key things that needs to happen is that there should be specific measures that are put in place to address the unique and specific risks that children face as it pertains to the climate crisis. So I think that needs to be commended, but also calling on other member states of the AU, or Africa Union, and those who've signed up to this charter to ensure that they embed these particular commitments in their national laws. But there's also a worrying trend, perhaps something that has been happening even when we were children, and maybe these numbers have even gone up. So just as a comparison, in the year 2020 versus the year 2024, there was 790 attacks on education. So these are military sort of attacks on learning infrastructure and education. That was only in 2020. I was not a child then, of course, but just want to show you the changes in the times. Compared to the year 2024, when the number of attacks has gone up in terms of attacks on education to 2,445. And these are just recorded attacks. Some attacks don't get recorded. Ladies and gentlemen, what that translates to in terms of numbers is that it means there is at least 7 attacks on an education infrastructure or facility or learners or those who provide learning services. 7 every day or every 3 to 4 hours. That is a worrying trend that needs to be addressed. At the start of this session, we talked about the children, for example, who were abducted in Nigeria. Of course, it's good news that some of them, if not most of them, have been released. But these attacks should not continue, because we need to make sure that education is protected from attacks. But to do that, again, we need to specifically invest in children. We must enhance our public investment in children by ensuring that we prioritize investment in education, in health services, as well as in social protection. Growing up, I had to walk long distances to go to school. But my hope is that with the right investments, children would walk at least a reasonable distance if they need to walk to go to school. So that has to be the transition as part of the changes. And then the last one I wanted to emphasize would be to just request that as part of this important process, what we're doing here, there should be enhanced monitoring mechanisms that are in place to support children's ability to engage with these particular institutions like the Committee of Experts. That is both from member states as well as from the civil society organizations. We should work together collectively to ensure that we report whenever children's rights are violated, and especially ensuring that children's voices are at the center. Like the other speakers have mentioned before me, that yes, speaking out as children was not so much the norm in the past, but now we need to promote more and more of that. But I also want to throw in a bit of a spanner in the works here by saying that as an African, I mean, when I was only about 15 years old, my mother gave me a proverb, which for me speaks to the fact that child participation is not an alien concept. It's an African concept, at least in my tribe. In this particular proverb, they say, amano yafumine muifwesa yaya kuchulu. This particularly translates to saying, wisdom can come from an anthill and go into the mountain. It's about giving spaces to children and young people to influence some of the critical decisions that we are making. So that would be really my appeal, that we need to create that space for children, and that appeal is to governments, regional bodies, and partners, so that we work together to translate the Charter's commitments into tangible results for children today and the future as well. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, we have Mr. Khomotso R. Monto.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon, all distinguished guests. And let me start with the difficult question, and just to confirm that some of us are BBTs, we were born before technology. So the children of today, you are growing up with smartphones, we have unlimited access to social media, and we have instant access to information. But above all, some of us were sitting at the door and at the back seat of a national and global discussion, whereas you are leading the national discussion. So there's a huge difference. But going back to some of the key issues in relation to the Charter at 35, and in particular, looking at what still needs to be done in terms of converting or transforming national and regional commitment into tangible improvement for children's life. Madam Moderator, I have 100 items, but I'll only focus on 5 in the best interest of time, because I know the modern children have power to say, time over. We could not do that in the previous time. Firstly, I think we need to appreciate the progress made by member states in ratifying and domesticating the Charter. However, there's a still need for member states to build responsive charter governance system at sub-national levels, along with resilient community-based protection systems that put the needs, rights, and well-being of a child at the center, including their voices. Because children are physically located at sub-national levels and at municipal level. Secondly, we need to operationalize national and regional commitment into practical and implementable national child rights strategies and or national action plans, which are then translated into either municipal or county operational plans, so that we are able to address the issues of sharing at that level where they are currently located. If you look currently, we've got strong policy frameworks at national level, but limited effort at sub-national level. And all of this need to be adequately resourced. Thirdly, we need to create a collective understanding, awareness, and appreciation of child rights as fundamental human rights that requires the commitment, attention, and efforts of all spheres of government, because it takes a village to raise the child. So it's not the responsibility, only the responsibility of the national government, but your sub-national municipality have critical roles to play. So it can't only be selected sector for society or spheres of government that promote and protect the rights of children. Children's rights are everyone's business. We need to strengthen horizontal coordination where line ministers, department coordinate, but also vertical coordination where different spheres of government coordinate to ensure that we connect evidence from the ground to inform policy reforms, policy reviews, and advocacy. Furthermore, as I'm moving towards the end, we need to institutionalize national child rights monitoring and reporting mechanisms across all spheres of government. Starting with child rights situational analysis as a baseline, and promote state of children's report from community level, municipality up until national level, primarily to measure and take account of measures taken by the community, municipalities, national level to promote and protect all rights for children under all circumstances. Child rights monitoring and reporting should not be and cannot be just compliance exercise to treaty bodies. It should be an integral part of national governance system, primarily to inform policy reforms, national development agendas, and resource allocation. Lastly, we need to remind ourselves that children's issues are cross-cutting. Thus, this calls for a coordinated response across all line ministries which have the mandate to provide direct services to children. But what is required there is to then have a central unit that have the power to provide strategic direction, the power to provide visionary leadership, the power to provide oversight, and the ability to hold all ministries accountable. Therefore, we need to rethink and revisit the institutional arrangement for children's issues within our respective countries. It cannot be business as usual, otherwise the status quo will remain the same. Madam Moderator, as I conclude, once again, we need to institutionalize and implement child-responsive budgeting frameworks at national and subnational level, ensuring participatory and inclusive budgeting process that prioritize children's rights, including their voices. Madam Moderator, we cannot transform regional and national commitment into tangible improvement for children's life. We've leftovers and handovers from next door. Otherwise, history will judge us harshly, because this is not sustainable. It is completely disservice to our African child. We need to push for increased domestic resourcing of children's issues across all spheres of government. And it's about time that we take responsibility. And once again, let's remind ourselves that the need of the children did not start when we have foreigner donor aid or donor funding, and the needs of the children will not stop when the funding from donors end. But the government was there yesterday, is here today, and will be there tomorrow. Therefore, we need to invest on all spheres of government to ensure that we translate all the aspirations of the African Charter into reality by resourcing them, building the capacity, and ensuring that we promote coordinated response. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khomotso. As we move on, I now wish to direct my first question to Honorable Sabrina. What are the biggest implementation gaps the committee continues to see after 35 years of the Charter, and why do you think they persist?
Okay, thank you. I think I responded before to this question, but we can go on. So they persist, these gaps persist because there is big gaps concerning the implementation of the Charter in full text study in every day works. So not just good policy on paper. And many countries start well, but sustaining that effort after many years is very difficult. So It's a quite strong institution, and also that I mentioned in the first time of my speech concerning also this mechanism of coordination related to child rights. So that's the main gaps related to the implementation of the Charter and the child rights in Africa. Thank you, moderator. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Sabrina. As we move on, please allow me to pose my second question to Dr. Leila. In 2 minutes, please given the persistent implementation gaps, which approaches or models have proven to be the most effective in strengthening child rights implementation across different contexts?
Thank you, Butimelo, for a very difficult question and even a very difficult to respond to in 2 minutes, but I'll try my best. First of all, let me say that the mission of UNICEF has always been to work with governments and partners to ensure the well-being and the rights, the realization of the rights of every child. However, we have always been responsive to the global context in which we operate. So reflecting on 35 years ago when the Charter was adopted, many of you will have heard about the child survival revolution, where UNICEF was working primarily with governments and partners to ensure that children receive the adequate health care to survive. But as the global context changed, the number of challenges children are living in a much more complex environment. These include conflict, climate change, AI and digital technologies, poverty, increased and fast-paced urbanization. So the gaps, to address the gaps in implementation of child protection systems, UNICEF has adopted a framework that relies on a few key elements. First of all, data, evidence to inform policies. And this is really important. We have seen from the different presentations of today the importance of disaggregating data, because the situation across countries is not the same. Even within countries, it is not the same. Therefore, we have relied on accurate data to make sure that policymakers are aware of where the pockets of deprivation, the pockets of challenges are. We also, as we heard yesterday, we work with governments to leverage public financing. We also work with governments to strengthen and professionalize social workforce, because this is a well-trained social workforce is able to effectively and timely respond to child protection issues, to ensure that preventive measures are in place, and to rehabilitate and reintegrate children who have been part of that. We focus on system building and coordination so that different ministries within government address issues that are very much interrelated. We also adopt a whole of society approach, meaning that not only central government, but local government, private sector, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, our parliamentarians, as we heard so well today, are part of this process. So these are just a few key elements of how to address gaps in implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leila, for the insights you shared. Next is you, Mr. Paolo Calesi, Please share with us the key lessons that your country has learned from implementing the African Children's Charter.
Thank you. Muito bem, são várias.
Well, there are very many issues that we have learned throughout the process in Angola with the implementation of the African Charter on the right and welfare of the child. First, with the adoption of this charter, the government accelerated the process of establishing institutions which were specifically geared toward the safeguarding of the rights of the child by implementing the rights of the child as enshrined in the charter. With this charter, the government has also been able to fight, for example, against child labor. As you may recall, in our cultures, child labor was somehow normal. A child could work from early days, they could go to the fields with their parents. More so, the child girl were the most sacrificed. The boys could go to school, but the child girl would stay at home, and the boys were privileged comparatively. Child labor again, children were exposed to different activities. Even after school, they would still have to go with the parents to the fields, but this charter has forced parents to respect the right of the child. The other component is the child marriage, because it was part of the charter. It was part of the culture, by the way. So we had to then help the communities to do away with child marriage. This is one of the big gains we had. This is one of the lessons learned with the implementation of the African Charter. I mean, there are so many specific components, but I can refer to another compelling issue, which is free access to education, the obligation of sexual and reproductive health, and responding to the need of children expressing their concerns, speaking their languages, and being given a platform to speak about the issues of their concern, and above all, to interact with the adults. We also have established the child parliament, and we have the members of the cabinet who have to sit in front of this children's parliament, and the cabinet members have to respond to these children. And this is quite an interesting dynamic which really has been brought by the charter, and the Angolan government really feels compelled to do it her best to, for instance, be here at this committee. We are here thinking of the welfare of the child. Thank you.
Now I hand over to my colleague, Sicelo.
Thank you, Boitumelo. Mr. Malama, this one is directed to you. Save the Child has always been at the forefront of reaching those who are most vulnerable. From your perspective, what additional actions are essential to ensure that children who are faced with greatest challenges, whether due to poverty, conflict, disability, or exclusion, are fully reached in the implementation of the Charter? How do you make sure that no child is left behind?
Thank you very much. I did speak a bit already to some of the key elements, so, and I've been reminded a bit that we are running behind time. So, but there are two quotes I always like to use when I'm asked such a question, and the two quotes are one from Frederick Douglass and from Nelson Mandela. Frederick Douglass said, "It is much easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." And Nelson Mandela said, there is no keener revelation of a society's soul than in the way it treats its children. These two quotes for me speak to what needs to be done for children And if there's one thing that we need to do differently, because we haven't been doing it, is we need to spend more on children than any other sector, or at least any other sectors that might not necessarily impact children directly. Right now, many African governments are spending much more on debt repayments than they are spending on health, education, as well as social protection that could be sensitive to the needs of children. We need to do that. We need to spend more. But we must also, in spending that, we must ensure that we strengthen child protection, particularly including, for example, mental health support to children who are living in conflict settings. And we must also ensure that there's accountability. The member states must ensure that periodically, as required under the Charter, as well as under the UNCRC, must report on the progress that they have made, so that we can hold each other accountable on what has been committed versus what's being done, and then we could come together in terms of sharing those solutions. And then lastly, I would say we must ensure that we prioritize especially those children who are most affected by inequality and discrimination. The session before ours really did a very good job at emphasizing the need, for example, to prioritize investment in supporting children who are living with intellectual disabilities. Those are children who are most affected by inequality and discrimination. They must be prioritized. And on top of that, I would just want to end with saying that the children's voices need to be very much important, need to be structured child participation within national institutions and not a tokenistic approach. I submit, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Malama. The next time we meet, I expect to get proof that indeed every single child is involved and enriched. Mr. Khomotso, this one is yours, and you've got strictly 2 minutes. Civil society plays a crucial role in holding government accountable and amplifying children's voices. From your perspective of civil society, or from the perspective of civil society, what is most needed to make sure that regional and national commits don't just say, oh, what? Oh, what is most needed to make sure that regional and national commits don't just say as promised on paper, but actually translate into meaningful improvement in saving children's lives? As I repeat, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I've already touched on some of the issues. I think first and foremost, we need to secure sustainable financing for child rights through increased domestic budget. And we can do that by mobilizing private sector, by establishing private-public partnership, and ensure that we start to rethink as Africans to establish our own funding sources and looking inwards as opposed to look from the donor funding, because it comes and goes and it's not sustainable. The second thing is important. When you go to a doctor, the doctor won't give you the right prescription until such time you're objective and honest about what you need. So we need to, just to emphasize on the point that my colleague spoke to, we need to promote systematic, structured, safe, and meaningful child participation. Because for us to drive evidence-based policy reforms, evidence-based programming is when we involve the children and listen to the children in ensuring that we listen to what they want and understand and prioritize their need. Lastly, we're told by this old man that if you want to hide something for an African, you must put it in the book. I don't agree with that. It's not me. I'm not saying that. But I think we develop nice policy frameworks, both at national and regional. It's about time we make concerted efforts for dissemination. I always say there's a vast difference between distribution and dissemination. Dissemination is a deliberate effort to create a collective understanding of what is contained in a particular document. So instead of sending documents through emails, especially policy framework, especially the charter, let's make concerted effort to ensure that we hold dissemination meeting, we engage, create collective understanding, and ensure that all what you do can be then translated into reality. And once again, it's an issue of coordination, it takes a village to raise a child. And that village is us as the government, civil society organization, private sector, the children. Let's work together and put our African children at the center. Africa can and shall be fit for her children. It's only in our hands. Thank you.
Your contributions have set high standards, Mr. Khomotso. Thank you. I will now be opening the floor for a plenary discussion. This is your space to share reflections on the implementations of the Charter and to put forward recommendations for the coming years. As we do so, please keep in mind the emerging challenges children face today, from climate change to online violence to the impact of business practices on our lives. I encourage everyone to keep their reflections short and focused so that as many voices as possible can be heard. We will begin with honorable committee members, followed by state representatives, AU organs, children, national human rights institutions, international organizations, developing partners, and finally, civil society organizations. The main moderator will guide us. The main moderator will guide us through this order. Remember, this dialogue is not just about repeating what we've already said. It's about shaping solutions together. Every reflection shared today is a step towards recommitting ourselves to child rights in a changing Africa. And since we've already ran out of time, I will be handing the rest of the panel over to Boitumelo. It was great moderating this panel alongside you. This is Celo signing out.
As we conclude the dialogue, I would like to ask the panelists to share their final reflections and recommendations in strictly 1 minute, starting with Honorable Sabrina Gaha.
Thank you so much, Boitumelo. Thank you so much also, Sizelo, for this brilliant moderation of this panel concerning the transgenerational dialogue on shaping the future of child rights. And as Sizelo mentioned it, we open the floor first of all to the member of the committee, and after that to the representative of member state. Over of you. Sorry? Yeah. So you just give the floor to, yes, to the others. Yeah.
Next is Dr. Leila. Sorry? I now open the floor to the members of the I can't see what's written on there.
Okay, thank you. I'm not a member state representative. I'm an external expert. So if I'm given the floor, I was intrigued by the comment of the last presenter who talked about the regional bodies. I mean, regional, sub-regional levels in terms of implementation of children's rights. And I just want to add my voice to that. I think there's a normative problem which this committee should begin to think about, but together with its external experts. And that normative problem is that international human rights law essentially is a top-down issue. It deals essentially with states. And oftentimes when we are speaking with states, we are dealing directly with national governments. But if we use the principle of subsidiarity, it's actually at the sub-regional level that human rights have more impact in terms of implementation, particularly in federal structures. And I think there's a normative gap. Most of the time when we are having programs like this, it's representatives of national governments that are here. And oftentimes, even in state reporting obligation, they hardly liaise with sub-regional levels. The exception is a rule. And so how do we overcome that challenge? And I want to give an illustration with Nigeria, and I will be brief, in case of Nigeria, my country. Now, Nigeria is a federal system with 36 sub-regional states that is beside the Federal Capital Territory. Right. Now, under the Constitution, Section 12(2) of the Constitution allows human rights essentially is a concurrent issue, which both states and national government can deal with. But when it comes to transforming treaties into domestic law, Section 12(2) of the Constitution allows the National Assembly, which is a national body, to legislate, to enact a law transforming a treaty without input of the regional assembly, regional legislature, even though human rights is a concurrent issue. So oftentimes, like, take for example, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which have been transformed into domestic law, local legislative assemblies were not involved. In other words, the states were not involved in the whole process. So they might not even understand the obligations that they are supposed to perform at the sub-regional level. Now, I think there's a need for this committee to begin to look into developing soft law, probably in addition, together with its external experts, towards addressing these issues based on the principle of subsidiarity. And let's see how we can involve sub-regional levels in greater levels, in greater dimensions, probably in consonance with national levels, so that when we're having meetings like this, probably we could involve them in this kind of discussions, so they know what their obligations are and how they could be implemented. Thank you very much.
Oh, can you please comment, Mr. Togo?
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you for this young moderator who has shepherded this panel. I'd like to commend you. With regard to the intergenerational dialogue, I really appreciated everything that had been articulated by the different panelists. I would like to come back on the current challenges which children are facing, which African children are facing. There was a panelist who has already responded to it. I think it's Madame, the representative of UNICEF, who said that today African children are carrying the weight of war throughout the whole continent. It is a big challenge. If I may undergird Togo with the snowballing crisis of the Sahel impacting and besmirching the name of the country and all the situations that the children and the refugees are going through. These are the phenomena which we never experienced before, which are now presenting big challenges to our states, which have little budgets to take care of social issues and the development, then they're forced to redeploy these resources to contain wars. In this regard, I'd like to say, with regard to the African Charter for the Right and Welfare of the Child, which puts an emphasis on not only on the right of the children, but equally the responsibilities of the children. In this generational dialogue, we may consider that with regard to the old generation, we have also, beyond the challenges, these opportunities that are being offered to this new generation, so that they may seize this opportunity. Today, if today we have children who have the opportunity to represent their peers in this August Assembly, it is this demonstrate without any iota of doubt what the children have. I thank you.
Next up is the representative of Mauritania.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator, the youngest moderator in the history of the sessions of the African Union, especially the African Committee of Experts. Thank you for giving me the floor. I've listened to some presenters talking about the obligations of the states and how to follow up on the implementation of these commitments by the relevant authorities. I believe that the biggest challenges is the text of the African conventions have risen the standards, because the African Charter of Human Rights have added the people. This is a good characteristics, but it requires more effort. As well as the African Charter these levels require us to adopt new mechanisms different than those adopted by other human rights mechanisms. In other words, with regard to the mechanisms of the African Charter, it must be closer to people, because it added the word people. The African Charter of the Rights and Welfare of the Child must focus on the welfare of the child. I believe there is some shortcomings, so I propose that these sessions can be an opportunity to provide samples about the states that fulfill its obligations and submit its reports, so we create some sort of competitiveness between states. So maybe we can dedicate part of the session to present the experience of the countries, and it is fine to be maybe a delegation from the committee have visited that country and saw the experience by their eyes. Thank you.
Before we conclude, can any of the panelists share their final reflections, please?
Thank you very much. So my quick reflection would probably go to the last comment that's been made there, that I think there's a lot of opportunity for African countries to learn from each other in terms of what are the good practices when it comes to implementing children's rights and especially domesticating the charter. So for me, two good examples of recent legislation processes in countries that other countries could possibly learn from would be, for example, the Zambian government as well as the Kenyan government, who have passed the Children's Code Acts. And these are very specific pieces of legislation that speak to some of the content of the charter. And I think we can learn from each other as country to country, peer to peer. Sometimes it might even be more valuable to do that than maybe if it's another person, civil society, for example, even speaking to you. So I think for me that would be, hopefully for the member states that are available today, a good opportunity to learn from each other as we domesticate the Charter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, Madam Moderator.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Two things from me. Firstly, responding to the issue my leader raised. I think we need to think about decentralized decision-making processes to accommodate subnational government. Secondly, we need to strengthen the vertical coordination mechanisms between the national and subnational government so that there's that vertical movement of communication, interaction, and collaboration. But above all, as you commemorate Charter 835, we need more action, less talk, more collaboration, less competition, more integration, and less parallel programming. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Is there anyone else who'd like to comment?
One final message, which is really a message of hope. What we have seen over these past 2 days with the participation of the children and young people from across the continent is really an opportunity to say that many of the solutions will also come from this, from you. So challenges persist, solutions are available, but there is hope because of you. Thank you.
Thank you to each and everyone for the valuable insights you shared with us today. Once again, my name is Bitumelo Matlosa, and I thank you.
Okay, before we closed, I had forgotten.
No, don't announce about.
No, I'm not.
Okay. No, that one is a secret, okay, because we're going to surprise you.
Okay. There are two important people I forgot to acknowledge.
Yeah.
If you look right there at the back, you've got the facilitators from NMCF and my fellow leaders. Can we put our hands together for them, for making this opportunity possible for us? Can you also stand up, please? And then one last guest that I forgot to acknowledge is all of us. Can you put our hands together for each of ourselves?
You know, I was worried that he was about to announce something that we were trying to keep like a surprise for him. It's his birthday today, so now we are going to just stand up and say happy birthday to him. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Thank you so much. Please be seated.
No. So I announce you that I will take my retreat in front of these children. So thank you so much, all the panelists, and especially thank you the moderators of this panel. Concerning the dialogue, concerning the transgenerational dialogue and how we can shape the children's right, I think that we have a different experiences shared here. And we have a quote, African quote, very important for me, that it said, if you don't know from where you come, you don't know where you will go. And it's so important for you and for us. Maybe after 20 years, you will be here in our place, and you will take another discourse, another dialogue to other generation. So from this today, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the committee, distinguished guests, we learned a lot. We reflect a lot. We shared a lot. We extend also about different themes. We have the violence against children. We have also the planning and budgeting. We talk also about the role of parliamentarians in upholding child rights. We talk also about child-friendly city and the role of municipality. So after these fruitful 2 days, we have documented how we renew, how we reflect before, how we renew, how we recommit, what is the challenges, because it's a call for actions also for coming from today to also for the future. So before that, we have this publication from the committee about different view concerning and different reflection concerning the child rights, civil child rights. We have different areas and different topics from for child rights and social protection, harmful social, cultural practices, emerging issues affecting children's rights, and general reflection. So you can have one version for all of you, and we can declare that, yes, is it okay? We can declare that this publication in front of you, we can declare the launch of this publication.
Okay,
so.
Yeah. Oh. Yes. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think, as you rightly indicated, this publication brought on board around 19 contributions from different organizations, academia, individuals working on the child rights sector. It covers various thematic areas, as you have indicated. And we would like to really thank all who have actually contributed to this publication, but also particularly UNICEF as a partner continuing to support the work of the African Committee of Experts, who has also partnered with us in publishing this document. We sincerely thank you, Dr. Leila, and your team for supporting the publication of this document. We work closely with UNICEF, and particularly in the context of the 35th anniversary of the Charter. We've worked with the UNICEF office in Addis, the AU Liaison Office, through the leadership of Dr. Leila. We sincerely appreciate that. So I think, as you have rightly indicated, Chair, it's through you that now we're going to declare that it's launched. Maybe for the purpose of the photos and everything, we can just stand, all of us. We have a copy of this publication, and we can declare that it's launched. You may now announce that it's launched.
Now we announce that officially we declare the launch of this publication of the 35th anniversary of the Charter. I call all the members here to take a picture with the publication, please. Oh. Yes. Yeah, you can.
Yes.
I give the floor to Dr. Ayalo to close. Yes, for the next steps.
Yeah. I think, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this will now be the close of the day, the two-day symposium, as Honorable Chair indicated. We will continue our deliberations, not tomorrow. Tomorrow is a break. We take some rest. But our session will continue on 1st of December, yet with another interesting engagement. That we will have a forum on the State Party Reporting and Implementation Forum. It's a full-day engagement that we're going to have engagements with various member states representatives, but also our colleague from the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child, and our colleague from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. They are here with us. They will also share their experiences. There are a number of member states representatives who will be sharing their experiences. There are There is an engagement specifically on issues related to national mechanisms on reporting and implementation of decisions. We have member states representatives from different countries on that as well. So on Monday at 9 o'clock sharp, in this same room, we will be meeting again, inshallah. So enjoy your race, enjoy your weekend.
That's the effect of the chair, inshallah. Okay, please, committee members, for the picture.
Sorry, I'm looking for Miss Angela Mangangwa and Miss Metu Ndiaye. Est-ce que Madame Metu Ndiaye
Is Madame Metu Ndiaye here or Madame